arriving to the meeting.
So thank you. So Rob, you let me know when we're good to go.
We are good to go when you are, Mr. Warden.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rob. And good morning, everyone. It's January 28th, and we're having a special meeting today, Committee of the Whole. I want to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. We have all members in attendance with the exception of Councillor Soever, who will be joining us later, and Councillor McQueen, and I will indicate when they arrive.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Council, is there any declaration of interest, pecuniary or otherwise? Seeing none, I will again just remind you, you always have the opportunity to declare once you come up during the course of the meeting. Okay, we're on to item number 4 now. Looking at the budget overview. I do not yet have that list. Madam Clerk, you're probably sending that document off to me. So I maybe put it into your hands because I don't know who is going first.
If I can do it, if that helps.
That would be helpful for now until I get the document, Kim. Yes.
Sure. Okay. So good morning, Council, and we'll start off this morning's deliberations with a budget summary, and I will hand the floor over to our Treasurer, Mary Lou Spicer.
Thank you, Kim. I am going to share my screen. Can you see the budget summary?
Yes, Mary Lou. Just go to
Okay.
presentation mode. Yeah.
Perfect. So thank you, Mr. Warden. Staff have been working to prepare for today since last summer. Meetings started within departments, then progressed to the meetings with the CAO Wingrove, Deputy CAO Scherzer, Manager of Accounting and Budget Sue Murray, and myself. Senior management then met as a group to review and discuss the overall budget. The Long-Term Care Committee of Management met in late November to review their draft budgets. And then my budget overview was discussed with you December 9th. After that meeting, final adjustments were made, and that brings us to today. I would like to thank everyone who has been involved in this process, including our financial analysts for all their work with departments, and Rob Hatton, who has worked with us to put together the presentation packages. So I'm going to begin with the summary document. So this is what I would refer to as, for those who are old enough to remember, it's like the Coles Notes version, and it provides highlights on the 291-page detailed document. So when we go to page 3, the 2022 draft budget has operating and capital expenses of $186.6 million. 135.6 is for operations and 51 million for capital. After considering revenue, reserves, and capital financing, 65.4 million is required to be raised from taxation. This allows Grey County to maintain and enhance services. Without new assessment growth of almost 1.2 million, the net levy increase would be 4.84%. After taking this growth into consideration, the net levy increase presented today is 2.88%. In the report presented to Committee of the Whole on December 9th, the net levy at that time was 3.75%. An increase in the Ontario Community Investment Fund, OCIF, was announced after the December 9th report was written, and these funds have been used to reduce the levy requirement for the transportation services budget. This funding increase has allowed a reduction in the levy without reducing services or adjusting the capital projects that are planned for 2022. Page 4 highlights some of the investments in infrastructure, people, and quality of life that are included in the budget. I won't go through the list, but to highlight several initiatives, the budget includes more than $16 million for road work, the completion of the Enhanced Fire and Radio Communications Project, $927,000 for stone dusting on the CP Rail Trail, $6 million in housing capital projects and the Lutheran Social Services Build, $1 million contribution to Georgian College for the implementation of the 4-year Bachelor of Science in Nursing program, almost $623,000 for the Affordable Housing Fund to fund future housing projects, and increases in staffing for long-term care for direct resident care, as well as staff to administer the community paramedicine program 7 days per week. Page 5 shows that based upon the net levy increase of 2.88%, a tax increase of $1,831,800 increases the county portion of a residential property tax bill by $10.48 for every $100,000 worth of assessment. The average increase per household is $29.30. And that's an average assessed value is $282,000. And as a reminder, the last assessment date was for 2016. Page 6, this shows the net levy increase by function. And the function that was formerly known as Social Services has been renamed Human Services to better describe the services and the departments that are taking care of people. So these departments are social services, housing, long-term care, and paramedic services. And a 1% increase in 2022 will approximately equal $635,000. So here we show all the increases. We come to 4.84% after taking into account growth. This is what brings us to 2.88%. The pie chart on page 7 shows of the $186.6 million in expenditures, taking care of people in human services and healthcare and education funding budgets represent about 62% of county expenditures. Page 8, it talks about the services that we're delivering. Whether it's long-term care beds, housing units, paramedic services, call volume, income support, affordable childcare, or over 1,600 kilometers of roads, lane kilometers of roads, and more than 192 bridges and structures. Page 9 talks about the information on the various departments. I won't go through all of this. This is more the for the reader and the public's benefit, that they can see the types of programs that we deliver. And pages 10 to 13, I'm not going to go through at this point either. This will be discussed during the budget presentations in the budget detail. And I'll leave that to each director to speak to the highlights on their respective department. Page 14 talks about our people, the people that we employ. We employ approximately 979 people, whether it's full-time, part-time, students, contract. And there are 9 bargaining units. And you can see from the status on the chart, it will tell you when their contracts end dates. For example, OPSU Paramedic Services expired December 2020, and that is still under negotiation. Page 15 shows the services we deliver and how the funding is derived. So for example, you can see that for a department like Transportation Services, almost 33% of their expenses are funded from levy dollars, where some of the programs that we deliver on behalf of the province, Social services for Ontario Works and Childcare, 5.13% is from the county levy. And this shows that per $100,000 of residential assessment value, there's $374.01. And this is spread across the various departments. This shows here that our levy is just over $65 million. Pages 16 to 20 provide a quick reference on the levy required for each area within the 4 functions. Corporate services requires a levy of $1,350,700. Planning and community development, $457,000. I'm talking, sorry about the increase, $457,300. Human services has an increase of $638,600. And transportation, $569,600. So the overall levy increase is just over $3 million, less the assessment growth. The budgetary increase after taking into consideration new growth, which brings us to the 2.88%. And then the final slide is our contact information if residents and members of the public have questions.
Very good. Kim, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. And just, I think this was spoken to earlier when Mary Lou presented in December, but for those of you who have been around the table for some time, the change that you'll notice this year is in those functional groupings of revenue and expenses. The human services one is new this year in that we put paramedics in that group rather than how it was handled previously, where paramedics and transportation services were together, because that aligned with a former committee structure that the county had.
So
Mary Lou, do you want to speak to questions at all?
How
Sure. If there are any questions on the summary, we can handle those now.
Right. Yeah. So my plan is that we would deal with the summary now, questions, and that we go through each area. Like when we go into the budget detail area, we'll get all the way to page 60, and then we'll open it up for questions again, if that's okay. Madam Clerk, you're fine with that? Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
does anyone have questions now for Mary Lou with respect to the summary that you just had a review of?
Do you want me to stop sharing so that you can see everyone?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I can see the hands if there are any. Okay, I do not see any hands. So with that said, we can't, oh, I do. Councillor Mackey and Councillor Milne. So we'll deal with Councillor Mackey first.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Good morning, everyone. Mary Lou, how the growth this year, how does that compare to previous years?
Through you, Mr. Warden, the growth for 2020 was slightly higher. It was just over 1.2 million. I'd have to go back. I can't recall just off the top of my head what 2019 was, but it is less than what we had seen in the past couple of years.
But it's been fairly consistent, has it?
It had been increasing, yes.
Thank
And
you.
so between the growth in 2020 to 2021, it was approximate. It was less than $1 million. Sorry. The 2021 growth is the almost 1.2 million, and 2020 growth was just over 1.2 million. So there wasn't significant change between those 2 years.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Mary Lou, how many net new full-time equivalents are in this budget? please.
Just going to have to pull that. That is in actually the budget detail document. Just need to find the right place in the document to get.
Well,
that
if
number.
you want to wait and hold that question until, a more appropriate time, that's fine with me too. I don't need it right now. Of
Yeah,
course.
Whichever you like.
Maybe we can give Mary Lou some time to find that information. and
Absolutely.
Again.
Absolutely.
With the
Yep.
budget detailer around, okay.
That'd be good. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I should have had that pulled out.
That's all right. You'll have a little bit of time. You're going to be just introducing the summary now. I'm starting at page 45.
Counselor Robinson, Warden Hicks.
Oh, my apologies. Councilor Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and good morning to County Council. Mary Lou, not sure if this is the right spot. Ask the question, and if it's for another area, that's fine too. I'm wondering if you could just identify all of Grey County's funding sources, external, through the other orders of government. Just identify if we have fallen short from any of the anticipated funding sources. Thank you. By that, I mean that we did not receive what the anticipated number was, perhaps based on last year. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Warden, that's a very good question. The most substantial one that we had as an impact in 2021 was for long-term care. The 2021 budget, previously we had 316 beds. We had been given 5 additional beds as temporary bed licenses. We budgeted for those 5 beds to continue for 2021, and they did not. They rescinded the bed license the end of March. And that was over a $500,000 hit. The other one is case mix index. So it's based on the level of acuity of the residents. And it used to be, I'll say back in the day, CMI was released the week of Christmas so that you knew that for your following year's budget. Now there's a delay in receiving that. So our budgets are set by the time that we actually receive the CMI. Staff work and estimate the CMI based on what they feel the level of acuity is. And I will say it's somewhat, it's like taking an exam and you're bell curved. So if your level of acuity goes up, but it doesn't go up as much as the provincial average, your funding actually goes down for that pot. So the size of the pot doesn't change. It's just how the pot is apportioned. And so we had a reduction in the CMI. And let's pull that number. I believe it was approximately $300,000. So those are the 2 most critical ones that we've seen. Off the top of my head, we've been very fortunate. For example, the health unit funding was to change, and that was going to increase our budget over $600,000. They've extended the mitigation funding, which is a benefit to Grey County. We've also had extensions on how the funding was supposed to change for social services and children's services. And I hope that helps to answer your question.
Thank you. Most detailed. Appreciate it.
And with regard to Councillor Milne's question, the full-time equivalents.
If I may, anyone who is referring to the budget detail document that's also posted on the grey.ca website under budget, that full breakdown of the FTEs ins and outs, whether they're internally funded or externally funded, is on page 29. And you can see the bottom line there is 11.1, I think. And much of that is related to the additional hours of care in long-term care, as well as there are some positions that were started in year last year. And so this will be the first year that those positions are fully realized as as permanent positions for the full year. So take a look at that page. And if you have any questions, of course, we'll be happy to answer them. But does that help, Councillor Min?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Warden, just before moving on, I'll just let everyone know that Councillor McLean has joined us.
All right, welcome, Deputy Warden. We are about to go to the corporate services area, starting on page 45. Mary Lou?
Can I screen share? Okay, so you should now be able to see the budget details. Can everyone see the document?
We can see it, yes.
Very good. Okay. I will say that just as a quick reference for those watching, the table of contents, Rob Hatton has it linked nicely so that if you click on it, you find a page that you're interested in, or you see a description, you click to it, and it will take you directly to the page. The first few pages provide the reader with the overview of Grey County, so what we're all about, and the growth in the socioeconomic factors from Statistics Canada or the BMA Municipal Study. Source data refers to the 2020 study, as the 2021 study was available later than usual. My intent is to bring a report forward that discusses the information found in the 2021 study. Pages 26 to 28. Some of this speaks to Councillor Robinson and the questions about the impacts on our funding. So I mentioned the health unit, I mentioned Ontario Works, childcare. And you can see that we've been very fortunate this year that the province has provided sufficient funding that these impacts that we knew were to occur have been deferred. So that's a good news story. This is the chart that Kim, whoops, I'm going the wrong way, referenced about the number of positions. So the net positions is 11.1. And there were 58.6 positions that are new FTEs. That sounds like a lot. And if you look, much of that is within our 3 care homes. And this is the funds that have been provided from the province in order to increase the level of direct care. Page 30, I like this. This is a nice quick snapshot of the significant investments in new initiatives, service levels, and staffing level changes that have occurred. So as our CIO mentioned, the first one here is finance. There's an impact of $343,700, and these were changes to the staffing levels that were made after the budget was passed for 2021. Similarly, there was a manager of climate change initiatives that was added after the budget was passed, and that funded from reserve in 2021 at a cost of $105,400. And there's some other positions, record management for the clerk's department, some additional staffing for the human resources department, investment in climate change, increasing the number of days for Grey Transit, a transfer to reserve for affordable housing for future projects, an added full-time equivalent for paramedic services for a wellness and administration manager. Half of that is funded from reserve in the 2022 budget in anticipation that the province will provide their share of the funding in 2023. And the 1.21% that was recommended in the asset management plan for transportation has been funded by the increase that we received in the OCIF funding. Without these, that significant source of funding, we would have a higher increase. And you can see that these initiatives are in the budget at a cost of just under $1.7 million. Here we can, we're going to skip through these. This is for the reader's benefit. They can see the various sources of revenue that we have, and largely as the result of being the service delivery partner on behalf of the province. Pages 45 to 48. This shows the proposed operating and capital budget levy required by category and the change from the 2021 approved budget. So again, this is just a nice little snapshot so that if someone's looking, they can see where the largest increases have occurred. Pages 49 and 50, for those that are interested, shows the gross expenditure by function. So this tells the gross expense that is incurred by a department, including transfers to reserves. It just shows how much is being spent and it doesn't show the source of funding. And we get to this nice big one. And if anybody is interested, they can see exactly how the funds flow from the budget. So the sources of revenue, what's going in and out of reserve, the expenses, and comparing it between the operating budget, the capital budget, and how that relates to the previous year. And then that takes us into the section that Warden Hicks said we were going to start with, which is corporate services. So the narrative is found on page 53 of the budget. The 2022 corporate services budget includes a net levy requirement of $12,215,300 as compared to $10,864,600 in 2021, which is an increase of just over $1.3 million. I'm going to turn it now to Heather and she will speak to the council budget.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Good morning, council. Just a few items for interest under the council budget. Hopefully, we'll be transitioning back to in-person meetings this year, and therefore there is an increase in the travel and meal allowances contained within the 2022 budget. There's also been some association membership fee increases for 2022. The county has memberships in Western Ontario Wardens, AMO, Great Lakes, and FCM. The FCM membership does cover not only Grey County, but all of its local municipalities. There will be a purchase of new cell phones for the incoming council. The current laptops will be used for the incoming council, so there'll be no expense there. There will also be some small added administrative expenses related to council orientation with a new council coming in December. These will include orientation materials, tours of county facilities, and we're working with your local clerks on some joint orientation sessions and the costs associated with those. That is a high-level overview of council.
The administration budgets are also on page 53. These budgets require just over 6.7 million, an increase of 935,200 as compared to the 2021 budget of $5,778,900. The operating budget includes investment income. The budget has been decreased as a result of continued lower yields. As per the cash and investment policy, the net revenue budgeted it exceeds 1% of the county's levy is placed in the one-time funding reserve. These funds are then used to assist with funding non-recurring expenditures. In 2022, a transfer to reserve of $135,900 has been budgeted. And I'll note that the 2021 budget for investment income was $1,074,600. And in 2022, this budget is $759,400, which is slightly higher than the 2021 projection. Salaries and benefits include funding for staff service levels enhancements, as well as a 1.62% cost of living adjustment. This adjustment will be seen as well as in the other budgets. Operational reviews, moving on to page 54, were conducted for the finance and HR departments. 2 additional HR business partners and an HR clerk have been included in the HR business, as discussed by Director Moreau in report HRR CW 0122. Staffing, as mentioned, was increased in finance after the 2021 budget was approved, and the impact of the 3 additional positions is reflected in this budget. And the additional staffing resources have been included in the clerk's department for a records management clerk that will coordinate records, information management processes, training, freedom of information requests, and ensure record retention timelines are met. 2 additional student positions have been included in the IT department to assist with workload pressures. A realignment of salaries and benefits in the legal services budget has been made that reallocates some costs previously charged to the POA budget. Part-time position in the prosecution budget has been included, and this falls within the POA budget. Similar to other budgets, it's anticipated that meetings, training, workshops, and conferences will return to a combination of virtual and in-person, and the cost in the budget is reflective of this anticipated change. The budget also includes the use of $55,000 in reserve funding for the continuation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that was discussed in the delegation at yesterday's meeting. The capital budget that begins on page 54 requires a net levy requirement of $301,600, which is an increase of $49,700 over the 2021 budget. There are annual contributions made to reserve for projects to spread out the cost, avoid spikes in the levy, and to strategically plan. Funds are set aside for things such as communications initiatives, software, health and safety requirements, IT software and equipment, website updates, tower replacement, etc. Use of reserves in 2022 for projects include the update of the county corporate communications strategy for $41,000, $72,800 as a transfer from reserve to acquire budgeting software, $300,000 for HR information systems software, $60,000 for the IT strat plan review, $30,000 for photocopier lifecycle replacement, $10,000 for IT security audits, $10,800 for backup power and conditioning hardware, $24,700 for the completion of the corporate website update, $25,000 for the corporate phone system, and $1,320,600 for the enhanced fire radio communication project that was delayed as a result of COVID-19. And that project is funded from reserve. Now we'll move on to the WSIB and weekly indemnity budgets, and I'll ask Sandra Shipley to speak.
Thank you, Mary Lou, and I'm hoping everybody's doing well under this 5th wave of COVID. Warden Hicks and members of council, thank you. The WSIB and weekly indemnity budgets are self-insured programs. The WSIB, it's funded by charging the respective departments a premium rate based on their taxable earnings. It is charged out similarly to how we would do it if we were not a self-insured employer. The county has been a self-insured WSIB employer since the late 90s. And all but the long-term care department, the department sees a significant reduction in what we would be paying WSIB for a premium rate had we remained a Schedule I employer. We base charges to the departments on the annual insurable earnings that is set by WSIB each year. And out of the funds collected from the department, we pay for the costs of WSIB claims, which include loss of earnings, healthcare, and the administration fee that WSIB charges us in order to adjudicate the claims that they approve. In addition to, in that budget is the insurance that we purchase to protect the county should we have a significant loss claim. The weekly indemnity budget is specifically for the self-insurance of short-term disability benefits for our unionized staff in our 3 long-term care homes. Again, we charge the departments a premium rate and collect that revenue in order to pay the claims associated with staff going off on short-term disability. The WSIB budget is seeing a slight increase due to the increase in insurable earnings, as well as some of the increase in claims costs that we've been experiencing of late. In addition to the increase in the annual insurance that we purchase to protect us against catastrophic loss. The weekly indemnity budget, while the earnings that we would be paying out in 2022 for our 3 larger unions, it's based on the annual EI maximum that Service Canada sets, and that has gone from $595 a week from 2021 to $638 per week in 2022. So there's a slight increase of potential claims, but we average out what our claims have been in the last few years, and there's a recognition that they've slightly reduced. So we reduced the premium that we charge to each of those departments.
Continuing on page 56, Jody McEachran will speak to the Information Services budget.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Good morning, Warden Hicks and members of council. So as it says in the document here, the Information Services budget is the budget that essentially runs the county network infrastructure. It is charged back to the other departments based on a count of how many users they have, essentially. So we use the PC counts. The biggest items in this budget are Microsoft licensing, which again, you need to license pretty much anything that connects to the network or the individual operating system license. And that of course includes user licenses for email or connecting to the network. This license also includes the software that we're using for security services. It includes backup and disaster recovery software. It includes even some of the software we use for managing IT processes, such as our help desk software and our phishing and cybersecurity training programs that we run. This budget has we've requested an additional $110,000 in this budget for managed security services. Otherwise, the budget is the same. We haven't had huge increases in anything compared with last year. So this new item of $110,000, what that would cover would be the software that proactively monitors the network, and it either blocks or isolates any suspicious behavior. We would also bundle that with a contracting service so someone else can run it. And there's essentially 2 factors that are driving that need to have a third party running it. First, we simply cannot realistically fund our own security team. There's far too much requirement and expertise that's required to do that. Security services can involve everything from configuring that software that we end up purchasing to continual monitoring and scanning for potential vulnerabilities on the network, which are the things that an attacker could take advantage of to gain further access or launch malicious code. looking for threats that may already be on the network and responding to those issues that are found. The other factor is, of course, that this is a 24/7 operation. Every day of the year. Security breaches can happen at any time, and what we really need is to ensure that we have the kind of support where if something is discovered on the network, there are people available to get in and respond as something is happening. What we really want to avoid is, having the kind of software that has very rich logging and interpretation, but doesn't give us any extra ability to actually respond in real time to any breach that might happen. So that's the major increase for this budget. I would also give note that some of our vendors have given us advance notice that we can expect price increases. Like anything else that has a chip in it, all electronics are going up, possibly 10 to 20%. We're seeing some of our software vendors quoting similar increases, which I presume is just them passing on their own increases. Luckily, we've locked into our biggest software licensing for another 1 to 2 years, depending on the contract. So that is a summary of the IS budget. Thank you.
For the assessment budget, Grey County pays for the cost of MPAC on behalf of all member municipalities. The fee for 2022 has been budgeted at just under $1.9 million. MPAC has advised there will be no increase from the cost of 2021. Moving on to page 57, we will move next to the provincial offenses budget, and I'll ask Amanda Kokas to speak.
Good morning, Council. The POA budget details can be found on pages 71 and 72 of your package. I'm very pleased to say that we continue to forecast our court operations, providing revenue back to Grey and Bruce counties, with the county's share being $200,000. You will see that our budget is forecasting a reduction in the revenue as ticket volumes continue to decrease. However, with virtual court operations and additional online options, we've been able to utilize some cost-saving measures to reduce an overall expenses. While virtual courts have been proven to create several efficiencies, the province has recently downloaded some new duties to the court services clerks that have increased our overall workload, which may require additional help and resources. The numbers that we've provided in this package are the best estimates, as several factors such as ticket volumes and when an individual pays their fine are out of the county's control. Our staff have been working diligently to ensure that we remain in line with all the continuously changing directives from the various government departments that affect how our court operations. Thank you.
Mr. Warden, I can see that Councillor Desai has a question. Would you like to take it now or wait until the end of corporate services?
I'll wait until the end of page 60, corporate services. I just sent a message.
Thank you. Pages 57 and 58 contain the property budget, and Anne-Marie will speak to this.
Good morning, Warden Hicks and members of County Council. The property budget consists of the administration building and the Morrison building, and details start on page 73 of the package. The property budget requires $1,068,400, an increase of $8,900 over 2021. In our operating budget, the main increase is largely due to increased price of insurance at $6,300. For our capital budget, there's a departmental increase of $1,700. Our expenditures are $157,500 to improve the administration's HVAC system. And this is the older part of the building. When we did look at adding the addition, it was felt that there were some more years left in that HVAC system. So we would replace at a later date. And I'm thankful we made that decision because it actually does meet the requirements for the provincial grant of the safe restart. We have $55,000 for carrier controls. So this will allow the two systems to talk between the new and the old building. This is carried forward from 2021. And we have the replacement of a lawn tractor, which is being funded from our reserves. We have asphalt, in which we are replacing at where the former Provincial Offences building. So right now it is a dirt parking lot, so we will be repaving that. And we also have a transfer for future capital funding and our self-financing debenture for the expansion and renovation to the county administration building.
Next on page 58, taxation and grants. Supplementary taxation is estimated to provide an increase of $78,500 in revenue in 2022, offset by an increase in the write-off budget of $43,000 for a net revenue increase of $35,500. The health unit, as I mentioned previously, this budget is unchanged from 2021 and has a levy requirement of $1,632,600. The 0% increase is the result of the province again extending mitigation funding. This defers an increase in the cost sharing of approximately $603,700. Moving to page 59, the Centre Grey Hospital in Markdale. In June 2021, Council recommended a request for an additional $150,000 be considered in the 2022 budget, and this has been funded from the Healthcare Initiatives Reserve. Continuing on page 59, Healthcare Initiatives Funding. At the December 22nd, 2021 task force meeting, a recommendation was made to increase the annual transfer to reserve from 0.5% to 0.75%, and that was approved. As a result, $467,600 is shown as a transfer to reserve. That's an increase of $168,500 as compared to 2021. This budget also reflects the $1 million contribution to Georgian College to support the implementation of the 4-year Bachelor of Science nursing program. The reserve will have approximately $460,000 remaining in 2022 after taking these items into consideration. Page 59, the Georgian College Marine Emergency Duties Training Center. This budget contains a $200,000 contribution. This is the 8th installment of our commitment in $2 million in support. And that brings us to the end of the corporate services budget detail.
Excellent. So if we could go back to the screen so I can see everyone. And we're going to go to questions now, starting with Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. This question might sound a bit flippant, but I am genuinely curious. A big portion of what we pay MPAC for, I am assuming, is to do the annual assessments. The last 2 years, I've lost track of time because of the pandemic. The last 2 years, I believe, we haven't received any assessment updates. So what are we paying them for? I know it sounds a bit flippant, but I am genuinely curious as to what other purpose does MPAC serve if we're not getting the assessment growth. Thank you.
Madam CAO, you're muted.
Sorry. I'll make a couple of comments and then Mary Lou can perhaps add some other context. It's my understanding that MPAC is, which was reported in the media just this week, MPAC indicates that they are prepared to undertake those assessments at any time. So I think part of what we're supporting with our funds is that entire infrastructure that continues to exist, right? That all of the staff and all of the tools and everything that they have as well. MPAC continues to receive information from the individual building departments and to make adjustments to reflect improvements that have been taken on individual properties. So that aspect of things, I believe, is still happening in a timely way. I don't know if you have anything else, Mary Lou.
Only to say that they are still working, as you've mentioned. So if municipalities are sending in information based on building permits, where there's been work done, they're still working on those items. They're also preparing for when there will be the reassessment cycle, which of course has been paused. So it's not as if they aren't working. It's just the cycle has been paused at this point.
Right, and I would say council decided that there's been some grumbling at the warden level, and I'm quite certain that perhaps there were some delegations I haven't heard as yet on the issue of the delay of the assessments. Probably some delegations that happened this week. Councillor Mill.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Looking under, I guess it's administration budgets, and more specifically the additional staffing resources to the clerk's department. Records management clerk, which is a new position, I believe. How is that work being done now? Please.
I'll start, and Heather, you jump in. But the situation there was that previously we had a staff member that was in the IT department that had a responsibility for records management and worked closely with the clerks to carry that out. As well, that position undertook some corporate training, some web updates, a whole variety of tasks. That staff member retired earlier this year. And when we thought about what was going to be in the best interests of the corporation, given the critical nature of records management, I mean, you're required to ensure that our records are absolutely how they need to be. We thought it best to create a position that was focused on records management. And the IT department then retained that former position and are using that FTE to support technical support and additional security type duties. But Heather, have I done that justice?
Yes, the records, I mean, second to staff, they're our most important asset. And we have paper records, and we have certainly electronic records are in the forefront. And this position will provide that much needed oversight into both of those aspects, the training of staff on our electronic document management system, and then assisting also with freedom of information requests and corporate training in this area as necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Mill. Yeah.
So if I might, Mr. Warden, I recall, and thank you for those answers. They're good answers, obviously. But I recall years ago, maybe not that many years ago, there was an investment in software, records management software that, at least my understanding was, largely was going to automate a lot of this deciding about what goes where, what to keep, how long to keep it, all that kind of thing. Has that kind of gone off to the side now? We're going to rely on this position to do that kind of work?
I will start, and then Jody, I see, has popped up as well. We do have Alfresco, which is our document management system, and that's where our staff store the corporate records in there. So there is some automation in there for sure. The categories, we follow the TOMRANS, which is the Ontario Municipal Records Management System for our records retention schedule. So that is built into the back end of that, but there is still a manual aspect to expunging those records out, because we want to make sure that the department heads, the directors, are satisfied that those records can go, that there's no legal holds on records that maybe the clerk's department isn't aware of. So there is still a manual aspect to that, although much of it is automated for training purposes and retention. There is still a manual piece to moving them to archival retention, or, as I said, expunging them out of the system.
Very good, Councillor Mill.
Sure. No, that's good. Thank you.
So Councillor Wsib, back to you.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. There are two questions. One is going back to the MPAC issue. I'm looking at their website, and one of their press releases recently stated that property assessments would remain at the 2016 level for the 2022 and 2023 tax years. So not only are we looking at a freeze for this year, but we're also looking at a freeze next year. So I understand from what Mayor Liu told us that our MPAC fee has been frozen, but well, I mean, this is just me rambling and trying to get my frustrations out. So I do apologize, Warden Hicks. I don't have a point or a question. It's just the frustration that we're not getting the level of service, but we're still paying what we paid last year. The other question I have is for Jody from IT. He mentioned having an external, a third-party provider. The one question I have, Jody, and it is a bit tongue-in-cheek, will I get better design spam mail, which the email will at least somewhat resemble Selwyn's? But in all honesty, would having a third-party provider reduce the incidence rate of councillors or staff receiving the spam mail that we currently receive? Thanks, Jody. Thank you, Warden Hicks.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Warden. I guess Councillor Desai, the short answer is no, and that would be a different aspect of our cybersecurity portfolio. So when we are trying to reduce that incident of spam and phishing attempts that come through, we have specialized software that filters what actually gets into to your mailbox, to our staff's mailbox. And it takes out an awful lot of garbage. But of course, as you know, some of these are crafted not to, as much to fool the end users as they are to fool the systems. And so often it's just simply using legitimate domains on the email address, like making sure something actually comes from a Microsoft SharePoint link when the link has virus malware embedded in it, right? So we keep trying to improve on that. I mean, we have a good application in place now. Like I say, it does filter a lot. We also have a module for that software that looks specifically at the attachments and the links and tries to make sure that anything that goes through on the email has been stripped of any malicious attachment, if that's a risk. In terms of the service that we would be looking at now, what they would specifically do is look for patterns of behavior on the network that could be an incident happening. And there's a couple of different ways to go about it. One is everything that's on our network generates logs, and at such a rate that if you just look at those logs, they're near meaningless because the volume is so high. And so one flavor of software takes all that in and it processes it and it looks for something that, basically indicates a bad behavior. It could be a regular user account going out to a very strange email address with a lot of data. It could be connections between parts of the network that, based on all our previous history, shouldn't actually be making direct connections. And then it generally creates an alert that somebody has to action. On the other side, what we're also looking at is software that follows the same patterns of behavior, but through the actual network traffic itself. And if it sees something anomalous, it can isolate it and block it from happening until someone can step in and, either okay it or shut it down properly. And like I say, when we look at that sort of effort to build up a security program, it usually requires far more skill than we can reasonably request. I sat in on a conference a while ago where the research firm Gartner was advising municipal clients that they had to build their own security operation centers and staff it with 20 full-time employees, which I'm not about to ask for, right? And so this is, it's really about the expertise and the, even just the amount of staffing to manage something like that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and to have the authority with that staff that if something is going on, say at Saturday at 2 a.m, that they can log in and shut it down and then, find whoever's on call and wake them up if they have to, or just isolate it and block it until somebody is in the next day that they can deal with it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Are you good, Councillor Wsib?
Yeah, thank you very much for that detailed response, Joey.
Yeah, and I would just say on the impact assessment point, it may be something that we want to consider for a future delegation. Okay, Councillor Milne, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And the question I have is for Sam regarding WSIB. Do we keep a loss ratio or do we try to get as close to 1-to-1 as we can?
What we do is we compare, what we've done is we've compared where our higher claims are by group, and we separate out what we consider to be general municipal, which excludes everybody but long-term care and paramedics. And
point of privilege, Warden Hicks.
The sound is fading in and out for you too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe if you come a little closer, Sandra, would that help?
Is that better?
That is, yeah.
Sorry about that. So what we do when we look at it into the background is to look at our annual costs, compare to the premium we're collecting from each department. And we break it down into 3 ways. We group long-term care, we group paramedic services, and then we group everybody else, because each of those 3 sectors of the corporation are charged a different premium rate. So we started out charging what Schedule 1 rates would be. Well, Schedule 1's kind of gone a different way, and it's now based on your claims cost to the revenue that you pay to WSIB. So we're starting to do that as well. So what we do is we compare the premium we've collected from the respective cost center and apply all the claims, including an administration fee and an apportionment of the insurance, so that we know which area we need to focus on as far as and those kinds of things are shared with the department, so that health and safety is aware that these claims are going up. The departments are aware that those claims are going up, because the penalty to that and not getting those claims in is that we're charging them more premium. So there's an incentive for the departments to take an interest in what's happening with their claims costs, and for health and safety to help focus on what they can do to minimize lost claims and can we get people back to work. And the departments are very receptive and supportive of the programs of early and safe return to work and things that we can do. And then we focus education on those areas to bring those things down. And those are the kinds of things that the insurance company asks us, what do we do to minimize our claims? So I'm not sure if that's what you were asking.
Not really.
Sorry.
the gist of it was I was wondering how many dollars do we take in as premium related to how many dollars do we pay out? Like, what's the ratio there? Are we paying out more premium, or rather, are we taking in more premium than we're paying out in claims? And if so, do we keep a surplus to cover that?
So I'll tell you honestly, in the last few years, we've had deficits. So
right.
we tried to put money into reserve. We do have a reserve fund to help protect us, and we're obligated to have.
Right.
We do have those reserve funds, and we have an actuarial assessment that is done, and they tell us whether or not our reserve is satisfactory. So
Exactly.
if we had a surplus, the surplus would go into, we would recommend that it go into reserve. But the last few years, we've had deficits, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
You're on mute, Mr.
I'm
Warden.
muted, yes.
Okay.
Mary Lou, I see your hand up. And you're muted.
Right.
in response to Councillor Milne's question, we anticipate that the WSIB reserve will have just over $3.1 million in it at the end of 2022. And the weekly indemnity reserve will have about $50,600 in it at the same period.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, but Anne Marie, I had a question. You were talking about the paving of the old provincial offences court area. And we had talked about the idea of having charging stations and whatnot there. Are we going to be sort of laying some underground work, anticipating the future of that?
Yes, we are. There's actually electricity that goes to the shed back there. So we will be looking at providing the opportunity to have electronic charging stations there too. So that is in the works also.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I promise I won't have as many questions going forward, but this one's for Anna Marie. The asphalt for the Upper South parking lot, that is the one back by where the ambulance is fuel. Is that correct? Is that the Upper South parking lot that we're talking about?
That is the one by the shed at the back. And then there's, yes.
Right.
Quality in.
Yes. I don't know. I don't think that asphalt back there is terribly bad. Is it truly needed to be done? I know this has been an ongoing thing for a number of years, but I'm not convinced that asphalt doesn't work at the back there currently.
So this is actually for the south parking lot where the former provincial building was. So there's no parking lot existing right there now. It's just dirt.
Okay.
So that's the one that we're looking at. Yeah.
Okay. Just the description of Upper South, it kind of, yeah. All
That
right.
could be my directions.
It's where the building was torn down.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And if that's
Yes.
what it is, that's fine. I was just,
Sorry.
when I saw Upper South, I thought, well, that's the one where you drive through the parking lot up into the upper one where the ambulance is sometimes fuel. But
My
okay,
apologies.
good. Nope, good. Thank you.
I'm going to go next to Councillor Keaveney, but I do see you as well, Councillor Burley. I'll go to you after.
Thank you very much, Warden Hicks. And a question for Anne Marie, if I may. In relation to the pavement, I'm wondering if the county is considering any alternative types of treatments, thinking of our focus and priority of climate change initiatives. Are we looking at permeable pavement or anything like that?
That's not something that we have explored. Kim, would you like to take that?
It is something, though, that we've raised with the consultants that are helping us with the design of the new Rockwood Terrace property. And so we've asked those consultants if they can provide some comment about whether or not there are materials that might work well in our conditions. So I think we'll use the learnings that we get from them to potentially apply to other things if in fact there is something that they feel will stand up in the long term, as well as deliver those environmental enhancements or improvements.
Good, Councillor Keaveney. Excellent. Councillor Burley, you're next. You're muted, sir.
Okay, thank you. A question for Anne Marie. When we put the addition on the administration building and along the same time we tore down the former museum building, were the conduits left for the power feed going from the main building over to that building? Are they not still there?
They are still there.
So that's an excellent route for us to put in charging service, okay?
Yes.
Good point. All right. I do not see any other hands, so I'm going to suggest that we take a break. It's now 10 past. Could we come back at 20 past 11? That'll be okay with everyone? And we'll be dealing with planning and community development next. So let me just see you at 11:20, and if you would turn off your cameras and microphones. Okay, how are we doing for quorum? I think we have quorum.
Yes, you are good to go, Mr. Warden.
And am I good to go with the recording part as well? Rob?
Yes, Mr. Warden, you're good to proceed.
Excellent, thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to be turning next to Planning and Community Development, which starts at page 86. But before I do that, I should just mention to everyone that we're going to have to take, we're going to be taking a break for lunch to 1 o'clock, okay? Or shortly before that, there's something that I need to participate in, and so does Councillor Patterson. So that's the plan, all right? All right, so Anne Marie, you're going to introduce Planning and Community Development. Or sorry, Mary Lou is going to do that, right? Mary Lou, sorry.
That's okay. People generally get part of my name right.
I saw Anne Marie pop up on the screen, so I had her name in my head.
We're now on page 86, and this is the Planning and Community Development details. This function includes a net requirement of $4,922,800 for operating and capital, compared to $4,465,500 in 2021, which is an increase of $457,300. I'll ask Deputy CAO Randy Scherzer to speak to the planning, agriculture, forestry, and trail budgets.
Great. Thanks, Mary Lou, and good morning, everyone. So the planning budget overview, as Mary Lou mentioned, can be found on page 86, and the details of the planning budget can be found on pages 92 to 100. The proposed 2022 planning budget includes a net departmental requirement, both operating capital of just over $1 million compared to $826,000 in 2021, which is an increase of approximately $185,000. The wages and benefits in the planning operating budget, which can be found on page 93, have been adjusted to reflect the Director of Planning's promotion to Deputy CAO and the Senior Planner's transition to Manager of Planning Services. The Manager of Climate Change Initiatives position has also been included in the 2022 operating budget as per the recommendations approved by Council in a report last year. These wage and benefit adjustments make up the bulk of the increases in the draft 2022 planning budget. In terms of the planning capital budget, the budget proposes a capital net requirement of $50,000. Staff anticipate that the climate change action plan will be approved in the next 2 to 3 months. And there are a number of initiatives identified that will require some funds to implement the plan, both corporately within each of the departments and community-wide in partnership with local municipalities and other key stakeholders. Based on this, we wanted to include some funds to start implementing the plan as soon as is approved by Council. And we're proposing a total of $250,000 in the planning capital to start, with $50,000 being proposed from the levy, $50,000 from development charges, and the remaining $150,000 from reserves. We wanted to ease in the levy increase for developing funds to implement the climate change action plan, and that is why we're proposing the bulk of the funds to come from reserve in 2022. We are also hoping to use the funds to leverage some additional grant funding that's available through FCM, as well as some other government funding sources. The planning capital also includes some funds from reserve being carried over from the 2021 budget to complete the age-friendly community strategic plan. And this plan is near completion and will be presented to Council in the next few weeks. The plan will ensure that future decisions and actions reflect and respond to the needs of youth and older adults in our communities. And we've been working in partnership with local municipalities and other stakeholders to complete this plan. So that's an overview of the planning capital and operating budget. With respect to the Aeroculture budget, that can be found starting on page 102. It includes a net departmental operating requirement of just under $167,000 compared to just over $155,000 in 2021, which is an increase of $11,700. The Aeroculture Budget includes costs associated with enforcing the county's forest management bylaw, which is contracted to Grey Sawmill Conservation Authority. It also includes grant contributions to agricultural organizations such as Grey Agricultural Services and the 4-H Club. It also includes grant payments for the harvesting of nuisance beaver and coyotes. With respect to the Forestry and Trails budget, in 2021, these budgets, both the forestry and the trail budgets, were combined. And this was done to create some efficiencies from an administrative perspective, both for planning staff as well as finance staff. Before, we had separate budget sheets for trails within county forest, as well as the CP Rail Trail. In some cases, invoices included services and work associated with multiple budget sheets. So by combining them, it'll be easier to track overall expenditures and will help administer the invoices and expenses. The 2020 Forestry General and Forestry Trails actuals have been included for reference, but for 2021 and onward, all activities related to forestry and trails will be reported under the new combined forestry and trails budget. And that can be found starting on page 105. The 2022 Forestry and Trails budget includes a net departmental requirement of approximately $245,000 compared to just under $190,000 in 2021, which is an increase of just over $56,000. Forest revenue for 2022 based on recent tender results is $84,300, which is a decrease of just over $28,000 compared to 2021. The fluctuations in revenues from year to year is to be budgeted and offset by transfer from the forest reserve in low revenue years, such as this year, and a transfer to reserve in high income years. The 2022 Forestry and Trails budget contains funding for maintenance work, signage, and trail improvements within the county forests and on the CP Rail Trail. Some of these funds are carried over from the 2021 budget to tackle projects and recommendations that are part of the Recreational Trails Master Plan. And as council is aware, there continues to be a growing demand for outdoor recreational opportunities for both residents and visitors to our area, especially this increased demand that we've seen during the pandemic. Funds have been included in the 2022 budget to complete just over 35 kilometers of grading and stone dusting on the CP Rail Trail as per council's previous approval. The grading and stone dusting is to be funded from grant funds received from the federal government, funds from the Trails Reserve and Development Charges Reserve, as well as funding from Levy. For 2022, the Forestry and Trails capital budget includes $50,000 in reserve funding to be used for the rehabilitation of bridges and culverts on the rail trail as needed. As per the 10-year capital plan, the construction of a parking lot as well as signage and trail improvements at the Cullipore County Forest have also been included. The trail capital projects are funded from reserve, and the way we have set it up is that there is an annual levy contribution to the trail reserve that is consistent each year, which helps to avoid fluctuations as the cost of those projects can fluctuate on a year-to-year basis. As per the approved 10-year capital plan, there was an annual increase to the transfer to the Trails Reserve of approximately $22,000 in order to cover the estimated cost for new trail capital projects over the next 10 years. And these are trail projects, of course, that are both within the county forest and the CP Rail Trail. So that's an overview of the planning, agriculture budget, forestry and trails budgets. And I'll now turn over to Savannah for the economic development, tourism, and Grey Roots budgets.
Awesome. Good morning, Council. Thank you, Randy. So to give you an update of economic development, tourism, and culture, which includes Grey Roots and then economic development and tourism departments, you'll see this year we're looking at a net departmental requirement for both operating and capital of $1.669 million, which is up $177,400 over 2021. What you'll see through this budget is a formal merger between economic development and tourism in 2022, where we're realigning budgets and priorities that are going to reflect the current environment and our expectations heading out of the pandemic. We noticed substantial shifts throughout the pandemic. One of the major contributors to this budget and our work plan going forward is the awareness of Grey County. We no longer need to tell people who we are, where we are, they know. So we want to take that advantage and start implementing projects so that we don't have to plan or reach out with that attraction piece so much. It's more on the retention side and making sure our environment is ready for everyone who's coming, whether it's relocation or visitation. So last year's budget focused a lot around conducting and completing studies so that we'd have the foundation ready for when we did come out of the pandemic. And now we're very hopeful that 2022 is the year. So this year we're looking at implementation strategies that align to the trends we're seeing, to the opportunities that are present, and to the vision that the county has moving forward. So 2022 economic development and tourism specifically is really focusing around investment attraction, workforce attraction and retention, and the sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship. So you'll see our summary here is on page 87 to 90, and then the detailed budget sheets for each of the cost centers that we have. All the portfolios are reported individually. Those details you'll find on page 111 to 138. When we look at that amalgamation of economic development and tourism specifically, we see a great decrease in the tourism budget, and that same increase then happens with economic development. And like I said, that is the realignment of priorities, specifically around infrastructure investment and master plan development. So if we look at the capital side of things for economic development and tourism, we have 180,000 again that we're proposing for the next intake of our CIP program. And that is where we provide dollars to all of our member municipalities to help accelerate the priority developments, such as attainable housing, that you're all working towards at your local level. And we're also putting dollars towards 6,500 from each department towards the development of our new economic development, tourism and culture master plan that we're hoping to be able to do next year. We've put it on hold the last couple of years, but the intent is in 2023 to pursue that. As mentioned, the tourism operating budget underwent significant reallocations, and that is the result of a retirement among our staff tourism manager, and then the reallocation to economic development. So what we're really targeting, like I said, if that focus inwards, is the tourism infrastructure, the investment attraction, and marketing to support the sustainable tourism components. And coordination of product and experience development of our outdoor natural assets, as Randy just mentioned, we've seen a huge uptake around those areas, and we really need to make sure that we are ready for the people who are coming so that we continue to support our residents who are seeing that increase in visitation as well. So bringing back again the ambassador program that we did last year with 2 summer students is being proposed this year. Tourism capital budget, we're looking at the continuation of the signage project because of the pandemic and staffing and just all kinds of different elements. A lot of that project had to be on hold, so we were able to begin it, but we weren't able to complete it. So that carryover is in from 2021 and now applied to this budget. And then that transfer to reserve for our master plan development next year, as well as vehicle replacement, and then future reserve funds for signage so that we don't have to come to you with one large ask on levy, that we're funding it each and every year. Looking at attraction retention portfolio, this one we are most hopeful that we can get back to in-person delivery. So this budget is planned based on late spring, being able to put together our initiatives and reintroducing the events that we've paused over the last 2 years, because we know there is this significant appetite to see each other again and start networking. So bringing back our breakfast mixers with businesses and council and each of our member municipalities, our young professionals network, return to in-person job fairs and retention-focused initiatives. The local immigration partnership, this operating budget is fully funded by IRCC, which is a federal grant that we've received, and it is in partnership with Bruce County. So we are now in year 2 of a 5-year program that is being fully funded. And what you'll see this year is a real focus on the JEDI training, which is justice, equity, inclusion, and diversity. And that is something that we know has been a hot topic at all of our member municipalities. So we're really pleased to be able to begin that work and help implement it for you. The local food operating budget, bringing our focus back to the Proudly Made in Gray brand and being able to re-promote it as soon as we get back towards our opportunity to gather, which I know our warden is most excited for, and looking at continuing the assistance of training for our agri-food entrepreneurs. We're also looking at bringing back Ag 4.0, most likely going to have to be a virtual and in-person hybrid, but we are working towards that, where we can continue to highlight our technical innovation among our agricultural producers. Sydenham campus operating budget. This is really where we're looking as a pandemic recovery tool for our regional businesses. We see that Sydenham is going to take center stage for those recovery efforts among the county. So this budget is supporting Innovation Center and Business Incubator, as well as Space for Skills training and entrepreneurship programs, so that we can support the growth and diversification of our local small and medium-sized enterprises that we know make up such a big part of Grey County and our economy. And we've also included some safe restart funding to help bridge the gap that we're seeing from low tenant revenues due to the pandemic, though we're again hopeful and planning in 2022 through the addition of a part-time contract to really focus on filling the building as per the plan and as per the business plan that we had presented and was adopted by council. We'll continue to provide support to our employers and entrepreneurs so that they can continue to grow and change in the needs as the pandemic draws on and draws to a close. And making sure that we also have enhanced internet connectivity at the campus. So that is taking a substantial increase, but I'm not technical enough to know, but from conversations with Jody and knowing that we'll have synchronous upload and download, our business community has told us that is very important, and that's something that we will invest in 2022 as we start to fill the building. And we've also seen a significant increase in utility costs, hydro especially, though we've taken steps over the last couple of years through renovations to try and reduce those costs. It continues to increase, so making sure that we're budgeting accordingly. In the capital budget, you will see some reserve funding that we're moving forward to complete the site plan requirements as per the city, so that we can fully occupy the building in 2022. This work did start in 2021 and will be completed this year. And then 30,000 towards the completing of the last metal roof repairs and 7,700 for sealant. And this is all coming from reserve. Very exciting and notable contribution in the Sydenham budget for capital is the 400,000 of the 845,000 that we are pulling out this year from the federal FedDev contribution. And that is being budgeted to purchase the Fab Lab equipment for prototyping and training. So we will have fabrication labs by the end of 2022. That's $300,000. And then 100,000 of our grant towards the Fast Lane program that Catapult Grey Bruce is delivering. So that has been officially included in the budget as well. Turning over to our Grey Transit route that launched in September 2020. As you know, we have routes along Highway 26 corridor from Owen Sound to Blue Mountains, Highway 10 from Owen Sound to Dundalk, and Highway 6 from Owen Sound to Wyerton. And the provincial grant covers the cost of this transit service, as well as the funding for transporting youth to programs at Launchpad within a 30-kilometer radius of Hanover. Grey County is administering the grant received by Southgate as well that extends the service along Highway 10 from Dundalk to Orangeville. And council supported implementation of a route also running between Flesherton, Durham, Hanover, and Walkerton along Grey Road 4, but this is outside the granting scope. So through staff report CAOR CW 1021, enhancements to the transit routes were discussed, and these service enhancements have now been included in the 2022 budget for your consideration. And the Grey Transit budget reflects that increase of $188,600 over the 2021 budget. Turning finally to the Business Enterprise Center under the Economic Development portfolio, we see a continue in the number increase of inquiries, consultations, and referrals. Just speaking to Courtney this week, January has been another banner month, so the interest is continuing to draw as we start to lean towards the end of the pandemic. So the budget is supporting these services along with the co-development of the entrepreneurial ecosystem that you'll remember was presented to council a couple of months back in the work with Catapult Grey Bruce and others right across Grey and Bruce, but also into the urban centers and provincial organizations. And this is being developed right through Sydenham campus. The majority of the BEC program is funded by a provincial grant, which we have just also received word that is being extended for the next 2 years +1. So that's really exciting news to know that we can work towards developing the program and a new business plan that's going to better support our businesses over the next 2 to 3 years. And the final section here and final component of our department is Grey Routes. And in 2022, the budget, we're looking at a net departmental operating and capital requirement of 1.828 million compared to 1.80 million, so an increase of 26,900. And what we're seeing in 2022 and really working towards as we begin to reopen is a stronger emphasis on that community building with a specific focus around promoting Black history and implementing the Indigenous Advisory Circle that's been in the works for the last year, which really aligns to a lot of the work that we're seeing across the province and was presented to Council through report EDTC CW 0222 at the beginning of this year. The All Access mandate, we continue to push towards providing further digital programming and community partnerships with activations and activities that are both on and off site so that you don't always have to come to Grey Routes to enjoy those experiences. We are also very hopeful, and this budget is accounting for a lifting of capacity restrictions by allowing us to opt in for the vaccine passport checking. So as we're moving through the roadmap, it means we will be able to remove capacity restrictions where we're currently capacity maximum at 50%, and it would be that way if we did not do the opt-in. So that is the direction that we are taking so that we can return to educational programs and special events beginning late spring. We're also looking at new community education programs so that we can provide broader access to the museum and an enhanced visitor experience by completing the general store that was constructed last year and completing updates to the Children's Gallery and Grey Routes Permanent Gallery, as well as in-house and traveling exhibits. So trying to bring a real mix of experience to Grey Routes and something that changes often so that we can encourage folks to keep coming back. In terms of the capital budget for Grey Routes, this does apply to our 10-year capital forecast and the strategic plan. And these first 5 bullets are almost all funded from our reserve program. So looking at the Grey County Gallery update, as mentioned, replacing the drywall in the exhibition hall, the temporary one. There are many, many years of paint layers, I have been told, and many years of drywall nicks and bumps that need to be replaced. So it will be a welcome addition to the temporary gallery. We also need to replace the heat pumps for the entire building, and then carrying over for painting the farmhouse exterior and finishing the interior of the general store, which is being done by staff so that it is historically accurate. And then all of the contributions that we put towards our reserve funds, this portion is from the levy so that we have preparation for future building renovations and equipment so that it doesn't hit the levy all in one year. We are preparing for it every single year. So that wraps up our Economic Development, Tourism and Culture Department, and Randy and I are here for questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Savannah. Councillor Soever, welcome to the meeting. Just for your, your information, we just completed the planning and community development section. So we're dealing with pages 86 through 90, and we're about to take questions on that. First is Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. First of all, just tongue-in-cheek, Jedi training was mentioned. It's nice to see we're going beyond the 21st century and coming out of the dark side, I guess. Just a couple of comments on the report from Savannah. I wanted to take a moment to speak to the Young Professionals Network as well as the local immigration partnership. The Young Professional Network, Warden Hicks, as I've been quite vocal about how good it is as a networking program. I think I attended 2 or 3 of them, obviously before the pandemic hit, and there's still people that I met at these events that I still talk to, and it's a great way to get the younger demographic in our communities to interact with each other in a quite frankly in a productive way. The local immigration partnership, I had the benefit, the privilege, the fortune of being on the LIP through Grey Highlands when it initially started. And again, like the work that they're doing there is no words to describe how positive it is for our local community. The one question that I do have, and perhaps this isn't budget related, Savannah, so feel free to tell me to come back on this question, Warden Hicks. But the question is, how are we leveraging the diversity, the ethnic diversity that we currently have in Grey County? How are we leveraging that to attract more newcomers to Canada, to Grey County? The reason I ask this is over the last 2 to 3 months, I've had about 3 or 4 people of Indian origin reach out to me to ask me about what living in Grey County is like. And they found me on LinkedIn or on other social media. So are we doing anything to leveraging the ethnic diversity we currently have? And if we're not doing anything right now, do we have plans on doing something in that regard? Thank you, Warden Hicks.
Okay, Savannah.
Excellent. Through you, Warden, we have been, over the last year and a bit, listening and learning. That is the number one thing that we needed to do so that we can better understand from the folks that are living here and what's working well, what's not. And then 2022, that is where we start to see the implementation of that work. So between the strategy and then the workshops and connections that are being made between the immigrants and the newcomers that are living here, in 2022, we start to craft those messages as part of the attraction and retention campaign to spread the word and to help others land here. So that work is definitely coming. And a lot of it will actually happen through the JEDI training and the Train the Trainer projects that are underway. But all of that will start after April 1st, because that's in the next fiscal for the federal program.
Go ahead, Councillor Desai.
Thank you. Follow up on that. Similar to what you've just mentioned, Savannah, on using leveraging the ethnic diversity we have currently to attract new immigrants, newcomers. Is there something being done on that level, I guess, in the same vein, to attract younger professionals to the area? And that'll be my last question on this. May the force be with you.
Thank you. And through you, Warden, bringing back the YPN is absolutely a step towards that. We did see a lot of value just by bringing people together so that they can meet one another, because we know that positive messaging and positive communications among networks and friend groups really is the best tool that we have in attraction and retention. When somebody is happy here and they want their friends to come live here as well, it really helps bring people home. And that's why anytime we look at attraction, retention always has to come first, especially among youth, because we don't want it always to be, that drive that I can't wait to get out of here. I can't wait to go somewhere else. And then they get there and realize, I really do want to come home because I had a great experience when I was home. So that's why retention for us is always key. And that is what we'll see implemented once again in 2022. And we had attraction retention campaigns that we had put together, and that's where Gather as well came from right before the pandemic hit. So very excited to be able to return once it's safe to do so.
Councillor Desai? Excellent. Next is Councillor Mel.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Perhaps Councillor Desai could turn in his cell phone and maybe we could fund a lightsaber for him or something like that. My question to Savannah, and I appreciated her summary of the economic development section. Will the finishing of the farmhouse interior out at Grey Roots, will that allow the general store then to be available to visitors for the upcoming season?
That's a great question. Through you, Warren. It won't be ready this year, but it will be ready next year. So by the time we get everything completed, this is the final year that it will take us to complete the work inside of the general store. And then by the next season, it will be open.
That's disappointing because I know Councillor Desai wanted to go out and buy something at the general store. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Keegan.
I'd like to point out I resisted.
Well, not quite, but Councillor Keevan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And with your permission, I have two questions for Savannah. Savannah, first of all, I just want to say every time you speak, I feel inspired. So thank you for your presentation. My first question was in relation to transit, and I just wondered if you were able to give council any projections at all of your expectations as we ease out of the pandemic and get back to normal times.
Oh, sorry, there we go. I just froze there for a second. Through you, Mr. Warden, I'll actually hand that over to Charles or Kim to answer because they are certainly leading the transit side of things. So I will just hand it over. I see Charles is unmuted, so I will mute.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to say that while we don't have projections because it's so difficult to see into the future, but one of the things that I was observing as I was preparing to speak with you is that in December of 2021, just after GTR had started up, we had 127 passengers. In December of 2020, we had 127 passengers. In December of 2021, 705 passengers. So that's 5 times the ridership from one December to another. And when I look at the past few months, we've gone from September 455 passengers, October 493, November 677, and December 705. So we're certainly on a growth path, even though there have been lockdowns and various difficulties connected with operating a transit service in this pandemic climate. So I think that I don't think that we can really make a useful projection, but we certainly seem to be on a growth path. And I think that's one of the reasons why we submitted to council an application for funding, which would enable us to do an essential thing. When we did a survey last summer, a web-based survey, we had 145 responses, and the number one request that people responded in the survey was service 7 days a week. So this request that's before you for $188,000 is intended to fund service 7 days a week in routes 1 through 4, which are now mainly 5 days per week, and to go from 3 days a week to 5 days a week for routes 5 and 6. And so the principle in transit planning is people's uptake of a service increases as the service becomes more adequate in their minds. And that's what this is all about. So I think that if council sees its way clear to approve these, and also there would be more trips per day on some routes, we're trying to build on our strengths. If council sees its way clear to approve this budget request, I think you will see growth. I think you will see the kind of growth that we've already noticed since we did service changes and tweaked the routes in November. The figures are there. We've really done very well since then. So in spite of all the difficulties, I hope that answers your question.
Madam CAO, I think you have something to add. You're muted.
I just wanted to ensure, Charles, I wanted to say thank you and to acknowledge Charles. He's stepped in since Stephanie went on leave for a year back in the fall. But Charles comes to us with a real wealth of experience and supporting the development of these kinds of systems in other similar sized places, some smaller, some larger. And Charles, would you say that in your experience, what we're seeing here in Gray, is it aligning with what's happening in the other transit systems that you're aware of? Are we doing any better or any worse?
Charles, you're muted.
Sorry, you can't get it?
Seems to be struggling with finding the unmute button, right? We can give him a second to sort that out.
All right, here we are.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you hear me now?
Perfectly, yes.
Good. Well, in response to that question, I just attended an Ontario Public Transit Association meeting this week, and our increases in ridership are not characteristic of the province. Transit as a general thing is really suffering in Ontario. So I think that the path that we're on outstrips what I'm seeing elsewhere very significantly. I'm also involved in the Huron Shores Area Transit, which operates out of Grand Bend and covers 4 municipalities to the south of us here in Gray. And we're not seeing ridership growth anything like what GTR is seeing. So I think what that suggests is that the service is very well set up. It enables people either to book in advance and pay in advance and have a reserved seat they can count on, or to walk on. There's lots of reasons why I think this service is doing better than, I have to say, better than I expected.
Okay, Councillor Keaveney, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. That's really encouraging as we look forward to further usage of the transit coming out of the pandemic. Thank you. My second question is for you, Savannah. Yesterday we heard really, I'm going to say wonderful, although it's somewhat concerning presentations. The first one from our Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Coordinator, which was really a terrific presentation. And the second one, the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy. And I'm just wondering, as those are fresh in our minds, and you mentioned your attraction and retention plans, I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to how all of that intersects to help our workforce issues in Gray.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Warden, one of the things that we've done over the past, I'm going to say 6 months now, is that we have an employment service meeting every month, and it's with OW, YMCA, Fort County Labor Market Planning Board, and Economic Development to talk about the different programs, the different challenges and opportunities that we are seeing, and what we can leverage between our services to be able to try and have an impact. One of the things that we actually built in as well to our Business Enterprise Center proposal for the new program is to look at what kind of entrepreneurship services we can also provide, because we do know that not everybody is going to be a great employee, but there are lots of people who have great skills and would be able to do their own business or run their own passion into a job. So that's one of the pieces that we're trying to add in, because it's something that we haven't really seen combined in the past. And then the other side of it really is through Sydenham and having access, when we get the Fab Labs up and running, to local skills training to be able to introduce our workforce who may be entry level right now, but have the opportunity with a little bit of extra help to advance into a higher position, so that we can continue to have that entry level position open. And businesses can help one another. We see a lot, and we've heard a lot in the work that we had done with Bruce Power and all of the manufacturing as well, where, you know, you always hear everyone goes to the Bruce, they're stealing our employees, but really it's a good thing, because it means that everybody is getting trained, everyone is working towards something more, and they continue to fill out and close that loop and have a cycle in the economy. So it is a good thing to train folks for advancement, whether it's within a company or in a different company, because we can share the people that we do have. It doesn't mean that our challenge of not having enough people is going to be solved by that, because that still at the end of the day is certainly a struggle. And we're seeing businesses change their entire operations because they don't have the people available. So through the attraction and retention efforts, then that's where hopefully we can help fill those gaps. But it's going to be a long time. And from many conversations this council has had as well, there are so many different items at play as well when it comes to housing and when it comes to transportation and the types of jobs that we have and the skills mismatch. So it's a really, really big thing that a lot of people are working towards. But I have hope that we will get somewhere, because we are working together. We're not all trying to do this in silos, and we're not trying to figure it out individually. We are putting all of our brain power together and working together to try and at least see some difference and some improvement here. So that, I think, is absolutely key, and we will continue throughout this budget and every year.
Councillor Keaveney, you're good?
Yes, good, Mr. Warden. Thank you very much.
All right, Councillor Soever, you're next.
Yes, and sorry for being late, but I was involved in a very important provincial announcement on long-term care in our community. So are we still on planning as well? I think you said that when I joined. So
Planning, community development, that's what we're on.
okay, very good. My question on planning is that the fees are about 110,000 out of a budget of over $1 million. And why is our cost recovery so low? Here in the Blue Mountains, we're at 30%, and we're targeting to moving up to 50%. And so is there a possibility to increase those fees? If we could get to 50%, that would be a levy decrease of 1% overall.
Okay, where are we going to, Randy?
Yeah, I can try and answer that. And thank you for the question, Councillor Soever. We did take a look at the fees, the planning application fees through a fees and services review that was completed last year. And at that time, we did look at comparator application fees. We did make some adjustments. We did increase some of the fees. In terms of the actual revenue from the application fees, I just want to point out that in terms of the overall services that the planning department provides, it's a small portion of the overall development. And the way we collect our fees is based on the average time that's spent in terms of reviewing and processing those. And again, that's only for plan of subdivision fees and county official plan amendments. So we do review other local applications. We work with our local municipalities on their official plan reviews and other things like that. That is something that we historically have not collected any fees for in terms of that particular service. So that's something that, again, it's the actual plan of subdivision of condos and county OPA fees or processing it represents a small portion of what the overall services that the planning department provides. So at this stage, we feel that the fees represent the staff time that's spent currently in terms of processing those applications and reviewing those applications. And I think based on the Planning Act, that's the intent, is to at least cover off the overall average time spent on those applications.
Yes, thank you for that. And we had this same discussion at our council, and a suggestion I might have is, can we consider doing an annual inflation adjustment, so that as inflation takes its toll on salaries and things like that, that our fees go up in concert. The other thing we considered was basing them on the average amount up to a certain point, but there are a number of applications we receive which are incomplete and require far more work than the average application. And because, the developer just hasn't provided all the information, so there's a lot of back and forth, or information is inaccurate, or things like that. So our planning department reports that some applications take an inordinate amount of time. So we're thinking of going to a time of use thing for applications that fall outside the norm, by a huge amount, because we're finding that, the shortfall between fees and revenue is largely, that some applications are just so expensive to process because of all the back and forth that goes on. So that's just a couple of ideas, and hopefully we can consider those. Because obviously cost recovery is one thing, and I know you can't recover everything, right?
Sorry, Councillor Soever, I think Randy wanted to add something there.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate those comments for sure. And just on the cost of living increase tied to our fees and services, so we do apply that. We do a CPI index to our fees and services, and that is associated with our planning application fees. So that hopefully we'll try to address some of those on a go-forward basis anyways, to try to adjust for those fluctuations. With respect to the comment about incomplete applications and such, we have found that that's improved over the last few years, you know, with pre-submission consultation and being clear in our pre-submission consultation meetings and letters back to the applicants. We've found that the content of the applications when we first received those is much improved compared to what it was a few years ago. There's always opportunities for improvement for sure. We also have our planning staff have worked on some technical guidelines that outline some specifics in terms of when we say we need this type of study, this is what we're really talking about when we're for those studies. It's something that we've also shared with local municipalities, and we point to that as guideline documents for applicants and consultants when they're preparing these studies, because we find that there were certain things that were always getting missed, or we'd had to go back and circle back and identify, yeah, we've got this study, but it's missing X, Y, and Z. So we try to identify those matters in those technical documents, and we're happy to share those. Those are on our website, and we found that that's helped to improve and clarify some things that we were finding that was being a pattern in terms of what we were seeing in certain types of technical studies, like environmental impact studies, traffic studies, things like that. So that's something that we continue to work on and try to improve as well, and just to have dialogue and discussions with our consultants. Most of the consultants that we deal with and work with on a day-to-day basis are the same consultants. So having regular conversations with them in terms of if we're finding that something is missing, I think that's important to keep that communication open. And I think as time goes on, we'll see those applications then just get even stronger when they're first submitted. We don't hesitate also to deem something incomplete if something is incomplete, and don't process it until we receive that application, the additional information. So that is something that we also use as a tool out of the Planning Act when we're dealing with those types of applications.
No, thank you. And then on the transportation piece, yeah, I think the comments were well taken, because we've had the same experience with the Collingwood transit line to the Blue Mountains. Collingwood is reevaluating their service and going to an on-demand service for all their other lines except for the one that services the village. And what we found is exactly what we're seeing in Grey County is the better service you provide, the more regular service you provide, the more people will start using public transit. When you have very few trips a day that aren't convenient for people, they go, well, I'm not even going to consider the bus. But once the service becomes more regular and more attuned to people's needs, they do start using the service and then become regular users. And we've had that experience, particularly on the Blue Mountains line from Collingwood, and hence it's the only line that's staying on a regular schedule. The other lines in Collingwood, they're going to an on-demand service, and there's quite a extensive report on their website on that. They had a study done to figure out how they could deliver service better. So I think, it's good news, and I wholly support the funding of the transit as outlined in the budget, because it is moving to a more regular service. I know it's going to cost more, but
well, it looks like he's frozen. Okay, perhaps what we'll do is we'll go to you, Councillor Bordignon.
Thank you, through you, Warden. Mayor Whoever asked, my main question was about planning and the fees, only because we've been looking at it through our budget process. Whenever you look at a budget, we always look at expenditures, but also a great way to offset that is revenue. So in this particular case is just taking a look at that, and looking at a 10% barely I'm sure when you factor in all the pre-consultation, all the things that Randy was talking about, I just see, when I see opportunity for revenue, I always like to be able to take a look at that a little more stringently, because it helps take away from, of course, taxation. So that's just, I encourage that process to move forward. We're moving to around the 30% mark here in TBM. So I think that's I'm not shooting for that for all the county, but just taking a look at all the overall work and cost, tracking hours, things like that. We found it quite advantageous in our planning process, fee reviews. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands here. So perhaps we'll move on and go next to Human Services. And maybe when Councillor Soever joins, we'll just make sure that he had his questions answered. So Mary Lou, back to you. I should mention we're on page 139 now. Okay?
And I'll unmute myself, which helps. The Human Services budget, this begins on page 139. The 2022 budget for Human Services, which, as we've mentioned previously, now encompasses social services, housing, long-term care, and paramedic services, requires a net levy of $26,665,600 compared to $26,026,900 in 2021, which is an increase of $638,600. And I will ask Barb Fady to speak to Ontario Works and Childcare.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Good afternoon, Mr. Warden, County Council. I'm going to talk to you today about Ontario Works and Childcare and the portion of the 2022 budget and what that looks like for us in these programs. So there is a net departmental requirement of $3,354,000 compared to $3,276,000 last year. And so that's an increase of $77,400. So that's for the two programs for Ontario Works and Children's Services. Breaking it out, I should add too, sorry, that the budget detail can be found on pages 156 to 189. So breaking it out, social assistance, we have a net departmental operating requirement of $71,100, whereas last year it was $61,800. So that's an increase of $9,300. In the 2022 budget, we based an average caseload. The OW caseload is based at 1,291, and that's a 17.6 caseload increase over 2021. We looked at several factors. Last year, for the most part, CERB was in pay, multiple federal benefits, access to other programs, and this year, very few of those programs are going to be available. So we know our caseloads will increase, and this is in line with the provincial estimates. For the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services direction, we do not have any rate increases included. So unfortunately, the rates for social assistance will remain the same at this point in time. For the non-shareable expenditures included in the social assistance budget, this includes our denture reimbursements and funerals for non-social assistance recipients, so people of low income but are not currently in receipt of social assistance. We've increased those from $10,000 to $15,000 for dentures based on the requests from our seniors, and that does include as well programs that are used at public health. And those folks that are coming to us that are either recipients of our programs or not eligible for other programs. And certainly non-SARS funerals expenses have also increased, and that's based on a 2-year average of actual expenses. Moving on to the Ontario Works administration. So to deliver Ontario Works, the budget requires $1.3 million. That's including the total operating capital, compared to $1.289 in 2021. So that's an increase of just $12,000. This budget is cost shared 50-50 with the province. The challenge for us is that we've been held to our 2018 actuals. So it's been an interesting couple of years to keep maintaining those expenses, given the freezing of our funding. We do, however, have some improvements that we've made along the way, moving to electronic document management, certainly lower postage, office supply costs, given that we've been working remotely, given that we have moved several of our former processes that were in person. They've been moved either online or to another format, including reloadable payment cards for our clients versus checks. We have moved to My Benefits, which is an accessible program for clients to use in OW for self-access. And of course, our staff are using electronic document management, so we don't need to have the hard files to be able to access at this point in time. Going forward, we have a couple more that we're onboarding, which is vendor payments now being made through electronic document management, expanding that, as well as electronic signature project is happening with the province. So exciting things happening in that area as well. Our capital budget for 2022 includes expenditures for our replacement of our laptops. They're our main tool of use at this point and helps us to pause and pivot when we're in the office or when we're providing remote services. And those are the funding is from the Social Services Computer Replacement Reserve. For the budget of Ontario Works Employment Assistance, the 2022 Employment Assistance budget includes a net departmental operating requirement of $583,000 compared to $499,000 in 2021. So that's an increase of $83,000, almost $93,000. This budget is funded with a combination of provincial and municipal funding. And the provincial contribution, of course, as I mentioned, has been frozen at 2018 levels for the past 3 years. So the portion that is 100% municipally funded has increased from $30,900 in 2021 to $126,800. The 2022 budget continues to provide funding for employment-related expenses, life stabilization, assessments, so those life stabilization assessments to determine client employment abilities, and the cost of some programs that we know work. The Getting Ahead workshops in 2022, the cost has been increased by $20,000 due to the easing of restrictions. We've had to pause and pivot in that area as well. And we know that going forward, these pre-employment workshops are going to be so important to help prepare people for those jobs that we just heard Savannah speaking to, and ensure that we have good supports and wraparounds for people to be able to ease into the job markets that are available. Licensed home childcare. We are the service system manager, managing home childcare as well as providing transfer payments to our service providers that provide childcare. So the home childcare budget includes a net departmental operating requirement of $106,000 compared to $149,000 in 2021, which is a decrease of $43,000. The number of licensed home childcare providers has remained stable, but currently with the capacity that's limited, we don't have the same number of spaces to be able to fill. And so you'll see some of that reflected along the way here. Licensed home childcare based funding is also included in this budget to assist with general operating expenses included in the cost of a contract supervisor position, which is new in 2021. For Children's Services Administration, a revised childcare funding formula was introduced way back in 2013. That resulted in a reduction of provincial funding for childcare here in Grey County. We had mitigation funds provided to us at the time, and we've been using those along the way to help us transition to the new childcare funding formula and the new service levels. The ministry requires any current shortfall in ministry funding to be offset with the use of mitigation funding first until it's fully used. And the mitigation funding reserve has a projected 2021 year-end balance of $1,064,000. A revised funding formula was expected again in 2022, but the formula has remained unchanged at this point. The ministry has announced that it'll be moving forward in 2023 with an updated childcare funding formula. More to come on that, especially I think at this point in time, most of us are waiting eagerly for what news will come of the National Childcare Strategy and how that will impact how we deliver services here in Grey County. The 2022 Children's Services Admin budget includes a net departmental operating requirement of $140,000. This amount is unchanged from 2021. It uses $19,800 of the mitigation funding. The province is providing one-time transitional funding to help us offset the new 5% admin threshold. So this is new in the 2020 budget, but we are getting funding at this point to help us with that 5% admin portion that we are to cover. This funding will also continue to offset the portion of 50/50 administration cost that was implemented in 2021. So 240,800 of transitional funding is being used to help us in this budget. And in 2021, 24,900 of finance staff salary was offset by COVID response funding. Those funds are not available at this point, and these salaries have returned back to the Children's Services admin budget in 2022. Another budget in Children's Services is repairs and maintenance. These dollars contain a total, this budget line contains a total of 73,700. It's 100% provincially funded money and is allocated to operators to assist with necessary repairs and maintenance. You can imagine how much went into repairs and maintenance to make our programs COVID friendly and implement the protocols that were necessary. Included in this budget is 26,300 provincial funding for small waterworks. And so that's an $11,600 increase over 2021. And that's funding for rural water quality testing. Very important for our services to continue to operate and necessary to meet the guidelines and requirements from the ministry. For childcare and early years planning and data analysis, this is an important budget line of ours because it helps us to plan going forward. We work closely with boards of education, our Indigenous partners, certainly the municipalities, looking at what our demographics are looking like in growth. The 2022 childcare and early years planning and data analysis budget includes a net department operating requirement of 54,300. That's a decrease of 4,700 from 2021. Increased provincial funding has been added to this budget to meet the minimum expenditure threshold for childcare and early years planning and data analysis services. And that's why we have a levy decrease. The budget contains expenses that fund cost of data analysis, meetings, policy implementation, training, and in relation to early learning and child development, and work, of course, as I mentioned, with our Indigenous partners. The early on, so we, of course, are the service system manager for early ons, and we have our flagship building located in Hanover. So the 2022 early on budget includes a net departmental operating requirement of $113,000. That's an increase of 4,700 from 2021. Increased provincial funding of 70,300 is included in this budget, along with an additional 56,700 in program delivery expenses and an additional 9,600 in support for early on operating costs. This budget supports services and programs for children aged 6 and under and contains municipal funding due to insufficient provincial funding. It's been underfunded for a long time, and we certainly know the benefit of those upstream interventions early on as a key component to meeting people's families' needs and children's needs, identifying where speech and language concerns and patterns might be to implement some early resources. Indigenous-led operating funding. This budget line contains 100% provincial funding and is to support increased access to culturally relevant early years programs for Indigenous children and families. The 2022 budget contains 72,200 in operating expenditures, and we work very closely with our partners at Mawikwadong Friendship Center to help deliver this program. Fee subsidy. The fee subsidy budget contains childcare fee subsidy for nonprofit and for-profit childcare operators, and Ontario Works formal and informal childcare. So the 2022 fee subsidy budget includes a net departmental operating requirement of 521,500 compared to 478,000 in 2021. That's an increase of 43,000 and is based on 2019 actuals plus a per diem increase to the providers. This budget has been assisted by the use of mitigation funding. I spoke to that a little bit earlier. So where we need to, we're taking some from that mitigation reserve to help us with our budgets. Capacity building. This line is 100% provincially funded with no municipal contributions. The budget provides funding for professional learning and development opportunities that support the provision of high quality childcare programs. We work in tandem with our partners in Bruce County given that some of our operators cross county lines, but we also know the benefits of encouraging and building capacity of our staff as a whole. And so it helps with purchasing, training, upscaling the numbers, those kinds of things, to be able to do this in tandem with one another. For childcare and early years workforce funding, this is a new one for us. It's one-time federal and provincial childcare and early years workforce training. It totals $615,200 that we're expecting in the coming year. The funding is to support the retention and recruitment, two words we heard Savannah speak of as well, of a high-quality childcare and early years workforce. The workforce funding is intended to be used to not only recruit new individuals into the profession, but also retain. And I would say we should use the word retain first and then recruit, not that both aren't important. But similarly to the earlier explanation, we need to keep what we have and who we have in these jobs. And their passion is important. And we unfortunately are experiencing a huge capacity vacancy here. So these dollars are to help us grow the workforce in this sector. And to develop professional development opportunities, to train and improve and upgrade programs, provide these improvement and upgrade programs for people that are local. Play-based material and equipment. So this line is a budget for childcare operators. Helps with materials and equipment that's necessary to promote children's exploration and learning. And as we know, the pedagogy and the learning continues to evolve, learning styles and needs. And so we support our operators through this line. Safe Restart funding. Dedicated childcare safe restart funding was received to offset financial pressures due to COVID-19 during the 2020 and 2021. Unfortunately, at this point, there's been no further announcements for 2022. The funding was used by childcare operators. Childcare operators to fund short-term vacancies, child absenteeism, personal protective equipment, enhanced cleaning, additional staff, and minor capital costs. A portion of finance salaries was also included in this budget to assist with the funding allocation to the operators, but that is those staff salary has been moved back to Children's Services admin. The emergency childcare, this one has been pivoting and pausing again. You know about this. In 2021, the province provided $424,900 in emergency childcare funding. These funds supported eligible frontline workers with the provision of school-age childcare at no cost to the families while schools were operating remotely. No emergency childcare funding has been announced for 2022. Reinvestment funding. Grey County received $358,000 in provincial reinvestment funding in 2021 to continue to support financial pressures due to COVID-19. However, no further funding is available at this time for 2022. This funding supported childcare operators with child absenteeism, personal protective equipment, enhanced cleaning, additional staff, and minor capital. We know of those incidents where people are needing to isolate. And so that has put a lot of pressure. Whether or not there are positive cases, isolation puts pressure on our childcare centers and other businesses, of course. General operating grant. The general operating grant budget contains provincial funding as well as funding from the mitigation reserve. This budget assists childcare operators with costs such as wages, occupancy costs, utilities, supplies, and maintenance. There are certainly revenues generated by our childcare operators, but the costs and operational expenses to provide childcare far exceed revenue costs. So general operating grants are used for all of our services and our contract providers. Special needs resourcing. This line includes a net departmental operating requirement of $187,600 and is unchanged from 2021. The funding is used to support inclusion of children with special needs in licensed care settings at no extra cost to the parents, and we contract with local service providers for this service. Wage enhancement. This budget is 100% provincially funded and is intended to increase childcare wages to close the wage gap between early childhood educators employed within the education system and childcare professionals employed in licensed childcare centers. and licensed home child care settings. In 2022, the ministry will provide one-time transitional funding to continue to offset a portion of the 50/50 administration cost share requirement. Transitional funding totaling $26,900 is included in the budget for this purpose. This wage gap is really pretty much the bottom line of why we're struggling to retain people in childcare. It's just not a sector that's paid what it should be, and so we're paying the price by not having the available spaces because we can't keep staff in the centers to be able to provide care. So it's very important that we continue to offer the wage enhancement, and we're grateful to the province that it's 100% subsidized. Expansion funding. The province provides expansion funding for access and affordability. It's to support licensed childcares, including support for fee subsidy and expanded access to affordable licensed childcare. For 2022, provincial funds totaling $1.2 million are budgeted. The 20% cost share for operating cost continues to be voluntary, and so therefore no cost share has been included in this budget. Transitional funding totaling $25,500 has been included in the budget to fund a portion of the 50/50 admin costs, though. And then for early learning and childcare funding, the early learning and childcare funding is 100% federal and provincial funded program, and it's intended to increase access for licensed care for children that are 0 to 12. For 2022, an additional $136,000 of funding will be received, with total expenditures of $660,000 budgeted. Moving on to the county social initiatives. The 2022 county social initiative budget includes a net department operating requirement of $263,900. The social services relief phase 3 funding will fund the $24,000 to Safe and Sound and $4,000 to Beaver Valley Outreach Initiatives for 2022, resulting in a net levy decrease of $28,000 in this budget. It's expected that these expenses will return to the county's social initiatives budget in 2023, though. The county social initiative budget contains items that are not funded by provincial subsidy, and these initiatives are to be funded from 100% municipal dollars. No new initiatives have been proposed in the 2022 budget. We do have funding from this budget for initiatives that are cost shared with our neighbors in Bruce, and those include the Poverty Task Force contributions to Bruce Grade Data Analysis, the DISC network, the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy. We have a contribution for baby bags to ensure that families with newborns are provided some basics. This is the line we use for unmet needs. Van program, our van program contains 100% provincial funding and does not require any municipal contribution. The vehicle operation expenses are expected to increase with higher shop rates and one-time operational expenses required for a new van replacement. This budget continues to include an interfunctional vehicle lease charge to the Transportation Services Department to provide funds for future van replacements. Our van has been vital over COVID, the period of COVID and pandemic response. Other community partners, internal departments, we've been able to utilize when we can't transit people. We've been able to transport goods and services and supplies. We've parachuted services in to assist in the community care the SOS program, where we're providing services in Hanover and in Owen Sound to move people back and forth so that they can be accessing services. So we've been very dynamic and flexible, hoping though that in 2022 we can get back to business of moving people that don't have access to transit to appointments for employment, for health, for reasons that meet their needs. As well as some social. Certainly, if there were funds available, we have been supporting people to use the GTR. But at the time when we get back to business, where we have getting ahead programs and other life stabilization programs, it's our hope that we are able to reestablish a regular routine with this van program. Ontario Works Admin capital. Our capital at this point is simply to fund those laptop replacements. And for Children's Services capital, our budget contains $22,600 for a water heater for hot water, hydronic Distribution system repair. Obviously, I'm not familiar with what that means, but I do know that it is very technical and certainly would be supported through our building condition assessment. So these expenditures are funded from the Early On Center Capital Reserve. We have an Indigenous-led capital line, and those funds were expensed in 2020, and they were used to fund renovations to support increased access to culturally relevant early years programs for Indigenous children and families at the new Muwekwadong Indigenous Friendship Center location. Hoping that this year we can have a visit. I know they had hoped over the past year to have a formal welcome, and hoping that 2022 allows for us to have the tour that we're so excited about. And then Early On Dundalk Community Center Capital. The province provided us funding in 2019 to create the Kids in Us Early On Center space at the Dundalk Community Center. Additional one-time capital funding was received in 2020, and $5,366 was used for startup costs at that location, and also looking forward to seeing that space. Okay.
Thanks, Barb. We'll now move on to.
Sorry, just one quick sec. I'm thinking that I may change things up a little bit here on you, Mary Lou.
No problem.
I'm considering that we go for questions on social services alone, and then take a break for lunch, and come back for housing, long-term care, and paramedic. Madam Clerk, what do you think of that?
That's whatever the wish of council is. I'm not sure how long Anne Marie will need for the housing component.
Oh, okay. Anne Marie, would you be able, do you anticipate you might be done by 5 to 1?
Yes, I can make that happen.
Perfect, then let's go with you.
Okay.
And so we're on page 144 to 147 now.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I just wanted to start off with apologizing to Councillor Milne that I did make an error when I was talking about the parking lots. That cost is for both parking lots. The upper one was put off in 2019 until 2022 to be tendered with both of them. So certainly we'll be looking at, if there is a concern that there is enough funds to do both, then we would look at just doing the one that doesn't have a parking lot yet. So I just wanted to apologize. It wasn't my directions that were off, it was my memory. So
no apology necessary, but if that's the one mistake you're going to make this year, you're good for the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Grey County housing budget, the details start on page 190. The 2020 departmental budget includes a departmental requirement of $7,871,000, which is an increase by $78,500. You'll recall that a report was taken by Finance about our Golden Town mortgage and that payment of $434,000 being paid out for the 2022 year. Had that not been, then we would have had a requirement of $513,000 for this year. Starting off with our operating budget, our revenue has decreased that we received from the federal government. It has decreased by $110,900. It is offset by a reduction of $57,400 for mortgage payments, but this still results in a $53,500 increase to our budget due to that revenue loss. When we look at miscellaneous income that comes into the housing department, such as our tenant rent, our laundry, and offset by some of our bad debt, we're looking at an increase of $35,000 to our budget for a total of $88,500 increase overall for our revenue. Decrease. So it'll be a budget increase. With our salaries and benefits, our budget has increased by $62,400. And with that, we are also splitting the cost of a corporate electrician with Grey Roots. So that is adding $50,000 in salaries and wages to our budget, but it will be offset by some of our contracted services for our electrical costs. Moving on to our building operations, this budget has an increase of $349,000 over our 21 budget. Our major increase has been insurance. It has increased by $99,000 this year. This was the result of industry-wide increase as well as the adjustments to our replacement values on the buildings according to our building condition assessments, which were completed in 2021. We have an increase to our hydro and our water costs. We're expecting an increase with our property taxes by $48,000. We have a small increase to our equipment purchases for some floor scrubbers and a snowblower blade and some of our hand tools that need replacing. And we have various projects totaling $39,000 to replace fire doors, some exterior lighting, accessible door operators, and other similar projects. We also have enrolled in a continuous safety services program at a cost of $20,000. This program does streamline our permits and inspection process for electrical jobs through Grey County Housing and falls in line with what other departments do within the county. Our nonprofit housing just has a slight increase of $6,200. The province determines our annual increases for nonprofit, and we provide subsidy towards administration, insurance, utilities, and rent subsidies. On to our provincial funded programs. We have a number of programs in which we provide services from the province, but are also funded from the province. So our COCHI, or our Canada Ontario Community Housing Initiative, it provides rent supplements to a number of residents. It provides funding to our nonprofits for some of their required capital, and it also is used to provide some capital funding for ourselves. Next year, looking at $1,065,000 for replacement of some windows. Our OFI program, so this is our Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, is also 100% provincially, and this is funding that is used to create affordable housing. In 2022, we received $5,320,000. We do have some funds for 2021, which we will be pulling over, and we'll be providing those funds to Lutheran Social Services for their build that they're looking at starting in Owen Sound for 32 units of affordable and mixed market housing. We provide a Canada Ontario Housing Benefit. This is actually a provincial program. We provide assistance with applications and determining residents' eligibility. We did receive $293,000 for Grey County next year to go towards rent supplements. And we do receive $250 per application whenever we help out. Mowicka provides an Indigenous housing support program. This program provides rent supplements to various housing individuals for their housing related expenses. And we provide a service of just flowing through that subsidy on behalf of Mowicka, and that subsidy is $72,000 for 2022. Our Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative is 100% provincially funded. It provides our emergency housing services, our hostel funding, our case management support, our sustainable housing benefit that provides last month's rent and arrears and utility arrears, and funding for various agencies around Grey County. We received $1,888,000. This is similar to the funding that we received in 2021, and actually in 2020 and 2019 too. We have not had an increase in that funding for some years. We continue to fund the county's emergency services out of that. And we have a homelessness response coordinator in partnership with Bruce County that provides our by name list and supports to other community agencies through this funding. We did receive in 2021 social services relief funding. This funding was well needed to deal with the results of COVID. There were many services that we were able to fund and individuals we were able to fund. That funding has ended. There has been talk of some more funding for 2022. But in the absence of that funding, we do return to solely relying on our CHIPPY funds to support our local homelessness and at-risk of homelessness initiatives. The county would require, I think we're good for 2022, and because we've been able to stretch out some of those existing social services relief funds throughout this year. But we estimate that we do require an additional $550,000 just for base funding to keep up and sustain with the homelessness system that we have right now, just recognizing that our numbers have not been decreasing over the last few years. They have been increasing significantly over the last 2 years. Next on page 147 is our capital budget. We have a levy requirement of $1,931,000, which is an increase of $7,000 over the 2021 budget. We do, though, have a total of $5,500,000 in projects budgeted for this year. The last couple of years, 2020 and 21, COVID did delay a number of these projects that had been identified in our 10-year capital project from being completed. When we looked at this budget back in the fall, we were optimistic that we would be able to complete these jobs. Vaccination rates were up. Omicron didn't exist yet. So I am going to sort of identify it as a possible risk for next year, as us maybe not being able to complete all of these. We won't know for another couple of months until we see where we're at. The jobs that we did take into consideration, we did look at some of our 2022 projects. We reallocated out to 23 and 24 so that the workload would be more manageable in 2022. We also looked at achieving some of those efficiencies by tendering a lot of projects that are similar. So for instance, air makeups, parking lot replacements, balcony restorations. Those will all be done in clusters. So they will be put out for tender at all at once, hoping that we would be able to create some efficiencies, not only in the tendering process, but also in our staff workload of managing those jobs. Transfer reserve, we have a 1% levy increase in the amount of $622,700 for the Affordable Housing Fund. Ever grateful for that funding and really feel that it will make a significant difference for our community. And we also have a $2,000 transfer to housing reserve that was identified as a need for our future housing capital in order to keep up with that. So we started off our budget with a deficit of $622,000, and I just want to recognize that finance staff and housing staff worked really well together in order to identify how we could deal with that deficit for this year. Restart funding was a good example in which we were able to identify some of our projects that would qualify for the restart funding. So that is going to take $697,000 out of our budget. We identified one-time projects that we might be able to pay for through reserve funding. Again, I mentioned the mortgage that was paid off to free up some of our funds in our operating budget. And we also looked at sharing resources with other departments, such as the electrician that we are sharing with Grey Roots.
Wow, look at you, done with time to spare. Okay, so my suggestion will be that we adjourn now and come back at 1:50. So that's 1 hour from now. Madam Clerk, are we good there?
That's totally fine, sir.
So, okay, so mark that down. We're going to break and we'll come back at 1:50 and we'll continue with long-term care and paramedic services. Have a good lunch, everyone. All right, we've got just a few seconds to go.
Mr. Warden, I'll just mention, sorry, I'll just mention that Councillor Clumpus has left the meeting. She will inform me if she does return.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchison's message, I see it, thank you. All right, clearly we have quorum.
Yes, sir.
Bit of a longer break than usual, but hopefully everyone is. Sorry. We're back, I guess. Rob, am I good to go?
Yes, you're good to go, Mr. Warden.
Excellent, thank you very much. So welcome back, everyone. Just a reminder, we just completed social services and housing. We're going to hear next from long-term care and paramedic services, and then we'll open things up for questions, okay? So with that said, Jennifer Cornell, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Warden Hicks. Mary Lou, are you going to share your screen? We'll just give Mary Lou a minute. Apparently, I haven't been talking much in the last few hours.
For everyone's who's following along, we're now on page 148.
Okay, well, while Mary Lou's getting that up, I'll start with my little bit of my introduction.
Okay.
So thank you and good afternoon, everyone. The long-term care proposed budget was presented on November 23rd to the Long-Term Care Committee of Management, and a commitment was made at that time that staff would continue to look for other opportunities to reduce the overall levy impact. Adjustments were made to that proposed budget, and on December 9th, the Director of Finance included that information in an update to County Council. And just as a little bit of a refresher, and Mary Lou spoke about it at the beginning of the day. In 2020, an operating budget surplus of $565,900 was transferred to the Lee Manor Reserve. This surplus was primarily the result of the provincial revenue from 5 temporary licenses. It was anticipated that the funding for these beds would continue. However, the province rescinded the bed license effective April 2021, and this resulted in a budget impact in 2022. Staff have mitigated the required 2022 levy increase by showing a $565,900 transfer from reserve. Discussions continue to be underway with the province in the hopes that 3 of the 5 beds can be reinstated. So the total proposed budget in front of you today contains operating and capital expenses of just over $41 million. This includes a net levy requirement of $7,642,500, which is an increase of $183,900 from 2021. The homes operate with revenue from 4 sources of funding outlined in the summary on page 148. Based on last year's experience, the budget includes a 1.5% increase in the global level of care funding from the Ministry of Long-Term Care. In addition to base funding, the homes receive resident acuity funding, which is referred to as Case Mix Index, CMI. And Mary Lou spoke this morning about how unpredictable CMI funding can be from year to year. As Advantage Ontario members, we have accessed the CMI calculator to assist with the budgeting for 2022. Budget expenditures are outlined on page 149. Wages and benefits account for over 80% of the 2022 budget. Ongoing challenges with recruitment and retention of qualified employees leads to a high dependence on overtime and use of agency staff, both of which have a direct impact on the basic cost of service delivery. This budget proposes an investment in direct care staffing hours to support the complex physical and emotional needs of our residents. There are 4 different collective agreements across the 3 homes. There will be new collective agreements negotiated for the ONA agreement for all 3 homes, as well as Lee Manor OPSU staff and Grey Gables OPSU staff. To achieve the targets set out in Ontario's long-term care staffing plan, to increase staffing levels to 3.25 hours of direct resident care for PSW, RPN, and RN staffing, as well as the increase in staffing required for the Behavioral Support Transition Unit at Grey Gables, the budget reflects an additional 52.3 full-time equivalent that are funded by the province. The FTE increases are listed, the specific details are listed for each home on pages 149, 150, and 151. These additional staffing hours are funded by the province and do not require a levy contribution. Looking at raw food, as many of you know, the province funds raw food for residents at $9.54 per resident per day. Grey County has supported this with an additional 18 cents per resident per day. We are finding it extremely difficult to provide the quality food and nutrition that we expect for our residents within that allocation, and this budget proposes that per diem increase by 68 cents per resident day. Over the past 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the finances and operations of the long-term care homes. The financial implications of COVID-19 are difficult to predict for 2022, and as we were putting together this package, we hadn't yet seen what we're seeing today in terms of the surge that's impacting long-term care homes right now. We do hope, though, with the rising vaccination rates, that as we move into 2022, the COVID-19 expenditures will decrease. The homes have included almost $750,000 in COVID-19 expenditures in 2022. This includes spending related to additional staff, personal protective equipment, cleaning supplies, equipment to support infection prevention and control measures, and screening and testing initiatives. The 2022 budget assumes that the Ministry of Long-Term Care will provide emergency funding support of $232,200 to the long-term care sector. The shortfall of $514,000 is shown as funded from the federal provincial Safe Restart funding. There is no budgeted levy impact for COVID-19 in 2022. We are still waiting for confirmation from the province on COVID containment funding, and our association, Advantage Ontario, continues to advocate for appropriate funding, knowing that this recent surge of COVID has had significant impact on the long-term care homes. Regarding redevelopment, the refurbishment of Lee Manor was funded by debenture. When the debenture was repaid, $1.3 million have been transferred annually to reserve to assist with the cost of the future redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace. In 2022, payments totaling $1.5 million, just over $1.5 million, have been budgeted for the two consultants working on the project, Collier's project leader and Kasian Architecture. It is anticipated that the redevelopment reserve will have a balance of over $8 million at December 31st, 2022. So in summary, the teams at the three homes and partnership with our finance team have worked very hard to bring you a proposed budget that meets the needs of the residents, the current environment, while also being mindful of the overall impact to the levy.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Oh, go ahead, Mary Lou.
Sorry. Now we will move into the paramedic services budget, and I'll ask Kevin McNabb to speak.
Good afternoon, Warden and County Council. Beautiful sunny day out there. So for paramedic services, the 2022 paramedic services departmental budget includes a net departmental requirement for operating capital of $7,797,700 compared to $7,498,900 in 2021, which is a $298,800 increase. For the operating budget in 2022, it reflects a $276,400 increase as compared to 2021. The Ministry of Health for funding for the service provides funding based upon 50% of the previous year's operating budget, adjusted for public sector accounting board eligible expenditures such as amortization, future benefit, and future WSIB costs. In 2019, our funding model was changed, and adjustments for inflation are no longer provided. 2022 budgeted grant amount of $8,413,400 has been calculated using the assumption that the model that was used in 2019 will continue. The grant excludes provincial funding for our community paramedic initiatives that are funded through Ontario Health and the Ministry of Long-Term Care. The Paramedic Services Department is experiencing increase in call volume, staffing, complexity of patients, and response to the community. This has resulted in increased supports required for paramedic staff. 2021 was our busiest year yet, and over the last 5 years, we've seen an increase in call volume of 22%. The 2022 proposed budget includes the addition of a wellness and administrative manager. This position will provide leadership to all our team members, including the responsibility for administrative processes and follow-up, including labor management inquiries, concerns, collective agreement interpretation and implementation, education, health and safety, infection and prevention control, onboarding of new staff, and paramedics returning to work. There'll also be a heavy element of this to support paramedics as far as operational stress injury, around promoting workplace wellness, preventing of OSI, early intervention, and attendance management supports. The total cost of this new position, including benefits, is $149,000. And in keeping with the funding mechanism used for previous increased staffing, 50% of the cost is shown as funded from reserve in 2022 and 50% from levy. This assumes that the funding model will not change and the ministry will fund 50% in 2023. Expanding the community paramedicine programs and COVID-19 wages paid to transportation, excluding the community paramedicine programs, COVID-19 funded costs and wages paid to transportation services for repairs, paramedic vehicles, and salaries and benefits have increased $455,200 as compared with 2021 budget. This increase in costs will also include the new manager. 84.5% of our operating budget is salaries and benefits. The salaries and benefit lines have also been impacted by the following. Provision for the salary increases for unionized staff has been estimated as the collective agreement expired December 31st, 2020. A cost of living adjustment increase of 1.62% for non-union staff, and a 25% increase in the self-insured WSIB premiums, which is based upon claims history and duration of claims. The budget page, Paramedic Services General, includes a $127,000 transfer from the paramedic reserves to fund a consultant to undertake a comprehensive deployment review, as discussed in report PSR CW 0721, which was our response time planning for the 2022 year. This consultation work will assist with service planning to maintain and improve upon response times over the next 5 to 10 years. It'll look at responding to increased call volume, growth, demographics of patients, potential new base locations, staffing, and new and alternate models of care. It will purchase equipment and materials such as linen, keyboards, carbon monoxide detectors, and spare helmet. Also included is $49,600 to fund purchase of washer and dryers, disinfectant sprayers for each of the 8 paramedic bases. For community paramedicine programs, in the 2021 community paramedic budget included $262,600 of base funding from Ontario Health and $108,400 of additional temporary funding that we received yearly to maintain the program 7 days per week. We were informed that this temporary funding is not expected to be available in 2022, but we have asked for it in other areas to be able to be funded for this program, and we're hopeful that we'll see funding to maintain this program at this level. If not, there's a potential there could be service level reductions for this program. The county does not currently contribute funding for the operation of this program as it's fully funded by the province. The revenue and expenses in 2022 budget assume adequate funding for the program to operate 7 days a week will be received. New to the budget this year is new funding, which has allowed for a significant expansion of our community paramedic program. This program was introduced early in 2021, so therefore it did not make it into the 2021 budget. The program allows Grey County's community paramedics to support seniors on the provincial long-term care wait list or soon to be eligible for long-term care wait list with community paramedicine services in the comfort of their own homes. The province will fund most of the program by providing quarterly installments of $250,000 from January 1st, 2021 to March 1st, 2024. The original funding agreement submitted to the province included a proposed in-kind levy contribution from the county of the original funding agreement submitted to the province included an in-kind contribution from the county of $33,100. Based upon the actuals being incurred and increased WSIB costs, the budgeted cost to run the program is $1,041,900 yearly, which results in a net levy requirement of $41,900. The current program consists of home visits, health outreach, especially COVID-19 response, community clinics and referrals, and runs 7 days a week. The programs that are funded by Ontario Health, which was one program or one unit 7 days a week. We also have two other units that run 7 days a week and a vehicle that runs 5 days a week that spreads coverage across the entire county. Our goal is, and we still continue to build patients. Right now, we're sitting close to 300 patients that have been rostered. Our goal is to get somewhere between 400 and 500 patients into the program. If we weren't able to secure the funding, one of those 7 day a week cars would have to be reduced to 5 days a week, which would result us in, we would do as many as we could as far as see as many patients as we could, but it could see a reduction of us going to 400 to 450 patients. For support of PTSD, the Supporting Ontario First Responders Act 2016 is a key component of a comprehensive strategy to deal with first responder PTSD. Grey County paramedics are included in this list of workers that are affected under this legislation. Included in the act are an obligation for us to provide strategies to prevent or mitigate PTSD. The 2022 budget continues to build upon a program that began in 2018 that invests in programs to prevent and reduce operational stress and PTSD, as well as provide training to peer support members and also support an online peer support referral and resource program. The initiative includes training, a family day event, staff time, and software and clinical oversight through a consulting psychologist, and has a cost of $105,800 annually. These costs have been offset by a transfer from reserve of $4,700 to fund new team member training, with a result in a net levy of $101,100. Other notable items: the 2022 budget includes $107,800 for the additional wage and benefit supply costs resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. These costs are shown as funded by the provincial grant. If specific funding is not announced, these costs will be covered through the state Safe Restart funding. This would entail COVID absences, PPE, supplies, etc. The transfer from reserve of $10,200 on the station summary funds the costs of various equipment purchases for the stations and a reconfiguration of the coat locker at the Meaford base. The 2022 budget includes annual transfers to reserve of $616,200 for the following: $596,500 to fund future capital purchases, $14,000 for the replacement of paramedic jackets, which we purchase every 5 years, $3,100 for the purchase of helmets and bags, which have a 15-year lifespan, and $2,600 for snow pants, which have a 5-year cycle. Vehicle operations budget has increased by $53,800. It includes a $29,400 increase to the insurance budget line and a $47,000 increase to the fuel budget line. These increases are offset by a transfer of reserve of $25,000 in the event the fuel costs are not as high as projected. The 2022 capital budget has a levy impact totaling $137,700. That includes funding for the Chatsworth Station debenture and reserve contributions totaling $81,200 that provide funding for the future station capital repairs and a contribution for the future Durham base on the Rockwood Terrace site. Vehicle and equipment purchases are funded through the equipment reserve. Capital purchases for 2022 are as follows: 5 ambulances. They have arrived now. We ordered them last February, and the last arrived early this week. So the 3 that we ordered in 2021 are here now, and there will be 2 more purchased this year. We have 15 ambulances in our fleet, and we replace approximately 2 or 3 annually. And when we replace the ambulances, they have at least 275,000 kilometers on them. Also in the budget is one emergency response vehicle and 3 power stretchers. And I'll take any questions if there's any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Okay, Council, so we are now going to be dealing with questions for social services, housing, long-term care, and paramedic services. Mary Lou, hopefully I'm not jumping in where you're supposed to be. Was there anything else that you had before I turn to questions? No, okay. So with that said, I'll turn things over to Council now for any questions that you may have. That's what full bellies will do to you. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And just trying to get all this stuff here. Oh, here we are. Question is for Barb, please. And I'm just wondering, is there or would there be an impact on the budget if the feds and the provincial government ever get their stuff together and concerning child health care or child care? You know, every province in the country has signed a deal with the feds now, except Ontario. And I'm just wondering, I'm hoping it's an eventuality that Ontario will sign, but I'm wondering if they do, when and if they do, will there be an impact to this budget, or could there be? Please.
Thank you for that question. Through you, Mr. Warden. Kind of a loaded question. We don't have answers right now. We've been eagerly waiting for this information. The challenge is going to be messaging to the public because it speaks to a $10 a day fee for parents. And in our region, we have quite a few folks in receipt of subsidy, and we currently could be meeting the average $10 a day commitment. And so the public will be assuming, and I would too as a parent, that I'm going to see relief coming to me for my childcare. And I don't know what that looks like, to be honest, Councillor Milne. We are looking to our advisors at the province through Ministry of Education. We're looking to our neighbors to see what kind of programs and agreements they have in place. Our advocacy networks, sorry, excuse me. We're a little bit concerned, but we are eager for this. We need to just get on with it and recognize that it is a priority for families. It's part of economic development. The restart, we can't restart the economy. I've received reports recently about the impact to women in our through the pandemic. We heard this morning at Healthy Communities, for those of us that were there, more on that very topic. And so we know that there's a potential workforce ready and willing to work if we had the childcare in place. The problem also includes the fact that we don't have enough of a workforce. So that goes back to the retention and just looking at the entire picture as a whole. So I would say that we could see definite impacts to our budget, we hope, but it's more than, it's very complex. in nature.
Thank you, Barb. And that that is a very good answer, and as much as you could expect, given the circumstances. And I truly appreciate it. I had just a general comment here. I wanted to, without taking anything away from any of the other departments, social services, I think, or I believe, provides the county with an opportunity to show what we're made of. And I think this budget does a very nice job of doing that. So thank you, Barb, and all the rest of the staff that presented social services. Thank you.
And Barb, what did you give him for that statement?
Barb is my absolute favorite social services director in Grey County.
Oh.
I'm his only social services director, but I'll take it.
There you are. Okay, any other questions, Council? If not, then I will turn things back over to Mary Lou, who is going to introduce transportation services.
Thank you. The transportation services detail shows the departmental budget has a net levy requirement of $21,555,400 compared to just under $21 million in 2021, which is an increase of almost $570,000 or 2.71%. And I'll ask Pat to speak to his respective budgets.
All right, thanks, Mary Lou. First, I want to thank Calvin and Sue and Mary Lou in Finance. You'll notice that we've changed the format of our budget to actually match the other departments. So it's kind of nice. Ours kind of reflects theirs, as opposed to the, you'll all remember before, it was kind of activity-based, our budgeting. And you could watch our attempts at guessing how much we'd spend on the beaver removal or washouts, or trying to get an exact estimate of weather-based events was kind of a fool's errand. So it's kind of nice now, you know, it's more based on manpower, material, and equipment, and just a little easier to kind of have kind of a bit of our bucket to see. Obviously, with our maintenance guys, when something comes up, you're going to fix it. You know, if you had nothing left in the washout budget, it doesn't mean you're not going to fix the washout. So it's kind of nice that we've got it divided. You'll see on the first page on 267 here, we've got it maintenance divided into road top maintenance, right away maintenance, and minor capital, traffic safety devices, summer supervision. So just kind of those, we still have those activities. We still track what we do, you know, and try to figure out where we're having issues and where we can reduce our expenses going forward. But just a lot better way to kind of keep it clear in our mind and avoid big swings just based on things we can't control. So you'll find in the maintenance budget this year, there's a fairly sizable increase of 129,000, and the majority of that is from paint. We've already been told that the line marking paint is going to be 80,000 more. Plus there's other increases in, you know, things like stop bars and stuff. That being said, some people aren't even getting paint this year. Municipalities are really having a hard time. It's the whole, you'll find this throughout the day here where I'm talking about increases in fuel, paint, supplies. It's really increasing our budget, we think. We're doing the best we can, obviously, but we've accounted for a lot of increases that we think are coming. And we're slowly seeing those come through. We've been told from our pipe supplier, pipes will be anywhere from 20% to 60% more. You know, in the fuel case, we're reflecting it in our activities. In construction, we've tried to build in some little more cushion for asphalt, cement, and fuel. So, you know, if fuel's more, your granular is going to be more, and that kind of thing. So that kind of accounts for the increase in maintenance. The winter maintenance budget, again, another increase. That being said, we're still renewing our salt contract, and we did have quite a long salt contract at the time. Cargill is happy to provide a service. I think our contract is very important to them, for them to, you know, bring their large ship up here and service a lot of different municipalities. So they keep maintaining that salt contract with us, and we keep renewing because we're happy with our rates. Next, yeah, supervision and overhead, you'll see is an increase mostly due to increased insurance and also implementation of our new work and asset management software. We implemented it over Christmas at the end of the year. It's had some growing pains, but it's actually going fairly well considering it's a new software that people haven't used before. So a lot of help from IT on that and finance again, just to try to get better, smoother software for doling out our work. Very GIS based, a lot of location type data that we think will really help us kind of schedule our work in the future. Facility domes and depots, you'll see an increase there as well, quite small, but we've poured a lot into the our depots and domes last year. The big number there, of course, is that new Patrol D facility, which still hunting for land, nothing imminent. The only good thing about us having so much struggle is we've been putting a lot of money away. So that's about the only good thing, but very frustrating, but still working. Meetings coming up with Grey Highlands, and you know, we've been talking to property owners in the area, and we're still you know, set on getting that new facility and getting it rolling. The major road and bridge construction budget. So there's some pretty major changes here actually from the 10-year. And the big thing I just want to kind of bring to your attention is the new development charge bylaw. So we always had that category 3 projects, which were like the upgrade of kind of a road configuration based on the fact that maybe over the last 10 years, traffic has grown, you know, 40% or whatever the number is based on the road. And at some point, you know, the old township type road that maybe was built in 1973 originally, the platform just doesn't quite do it anymore. So the last development charge bylaw that we did this year, we finally got a chance to put some platform widening projects in there, because there's just, you know, everyone likes the paved shoulders. We like it for maintenance. The roads are getting busier and busier, but it's nice for people to have room to pull over. It's safer. Safer for pedestrians, cyclists, safer to drive on with the paved shoulders. You know, they're very well received by the public. So the two jobs you'll see number 2 and 3 on this sheet here, Grey Road 7 and Grey Road 18. We're kind of going from trying to, you know, shoehorn our regular design in on the existing platform, which as you build up, it gets narrower basically, right? And the shoulders get a little steeper, to going into full reconstruction mode. So now we can actually build these platforms the way they're supposed to be built, which, like I said, they've probably been maybe a little underbuilt since, you know, the early 70s. The county's doing the best they can. We try to, you know, make the roads as good as we can, obviously, but it's nice that development charge has made that impact. And I think it's going to look at, you know, we'll look back in 10 years and realize it really helped us bring these projects along to really suit the traffic that's here now. A lot of people moving up here, a lot of people, you know, heading up for tourism to our cottage or to Blue Mountain or whatever. And it's really nice to have a road that suits the current needs. The structure on Grey Road 9 still being designed, so it's not imminently, you know, in threat. So we put it off for a year. It's going to be a very busy year, very expensive year probably. So we're going through that design process. The structure on 9's already out. We had done some redesign at that and had another look at it after we had postponed it last year. And Grey Road 15 in Owen Sound is getting out to tender again here shortly. So there's utility activities going on now that we're in with Owen Sound on that. So and a capital project we moved up was an overlay of Grey Road 31. So we'd done one asphalt lift a few years ago, and it's probably time for the second lift. There's, you know, quite a few trucks in that area, of course, and a lot of traffic on 31. So we're moving that up. But we looked this year too, also because we are a little short staffed and it's going to be a hectic year. An overlay job is one that we can move up, you know, rather easily compared to some other ones. On to the equipment budget. Again, same deal with equipment, a lot of struggles. Those 4 half-ton trucks we ordered last year, we had heard that we weren't going to even get them. Now we've been told we are going to get them, but they're going to be more money, some of them, and we're going to order maybe a couple 8-cylinder and a couple 4-cylinder trucks, which are probably all we need for the office here. So the equipment, and that came up at council yesterday, of course, the equipment is kind of a work in progress. I know Mike Alguire mentioned to it. You know, as equipment gets more expensive, then our charge rates get more expensive, then our, you know, all our activities get more expensive. So we try to do a really good job of making sure we don't buy equipment until we have to. We have really skilled mechanics that do an excellent job. We're just getting to the end of a fleet review that we started last year. That will come, you know, end up coming through this committee too. It's got some recommendations. A lot of things they recommended we're already doing. But there might be, you know, there's just so much change. Probably the most that's changed in vehicles and, you know, in generations, really. You know, you want to get in the electric vehicle train, but you don't want to, you want to have the facilities to make sure you can service those vehicles and make sure that they can charge somewhere. And you don't want to order a whole bunch of trucks and be stuck with trucks that people aren't buying anymore. Trucks are expensive right now. People can't get them. You might end up buying, we might even buy some used vehicles. We did that a couple of years ago with our Great All. Marty got a good deal on a used Great All. We're not above doing that. It's fine to do that. It's worked out really well. So we've spent a lot of time talking about vehicles with this fleet review, and just it's a ever-changing thing figuring out how to keep our fleet effective. And again, there's some vehicles we haven't sold either because of COVID. We don't want a bunch of guys riding in the same vehicles. We've kept a few more trucks around that we would have normally sold by now, just for health and safety of the workers. So the fleet has been very complicated lately, and our guys are doing a good job to try to get good value out of all our vehicles. We put off the Bridge County utility vehicle for a year because it's still in very good condition. So in our fleet meeting every year, we go over every piece of equipment and say, does it have to go? Can we keep it? Is it good? Sometimes we move one up. You have a vehicle that needs to be moved up to sell, right? So that's where we are on that. And I think that's pretty much my summary.
Thank you very much. And we do miss the video on, you know, the newest trucks.
Yes.
Mary Lou, we're back to you, I think. Do you have anything to say on this, or shall I go to questions?
I think it's fine if you want to go to questions. If you want me to put the map up, if somebody wants to see that, or if they want to see the list of construction projects, we can flip to that page, whatever your wish.
I'll go to questions, and if the map is needed, then we'll pull it up then. So I'll start with Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Two things. First of all, thank you, Pat, for the budget description there. Regarding the pickup trucks, is there any notion of going to less than a full-size pickup in the fleet? There probably isn't a lot of price advantage, but there would be a fuel advantage, I would think. And if we're trying to green our fleet, that might be a consideration. Do you think?
Yeah, I can answer that through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, Marty was actually looking at that, and we had a couple smaller cab trucks that he was going to order. Like I said, they weren't any cheaper to purchase, but the running cost is could be savings. So that is one of those things that he's been looking into. I know with the climate change person and with the fleet review.
Right. And as long as the box can still carry a shovel, then you're good to go. The other point was I don't see anything here regarding road reallocation. I know Georgian Bluffs is busting to get Grey Road 1 back into their fleet of roads to look after. So I'm just wondering, is there anything regarding that?
To speak to that, I've been doing my performance plan for Randy, and it is one of those things we're doing a organizational kind of a review of we have a couple empty positions. One of our guys went to Chatsworth, and then we stole a couple guys back from them. But anyway, we are still short-staffed, and I realize it's one of those things that we're so busy getting these construction tenders out, and those big picture things. I think, and Randy, would probably agree, and Kim, that they just seem to languish those kind of big issues because there's no one to really deal with them. So that's something we really need to address this year. I'll be bringing a report shortly on a job that's probably going to move up. with West Gray, and we'll mention a possible road download in there as well. But yeah, I know it's a point of frustration for us as well that those big kind of big picture items seem to fall off behind our tenders.
And I guess if I could, Mr. Warden, it does frustrate me as well, because I think those type of questions or issues used to be discussed at the standing committee level. And we don't have that anymore. And we don't have the opportunity to discuss those things as a council, really. And I'm not sure, how to fix that short of going back to standing committees. But I appreciate, Pat, that they haven't fallen off your mind, if not the table. So thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
You're welcome. And there's your plug for standing committees. Councillor O'Leary and then Councillor Bordignon.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Pat, I'm just curious on the reserves page under winter maintenance fluctuations. There are no fluctuations. It's $505,075 3 years in a row. Is that just because you're maintaining the same in reserves, or you're perfect 3 years in a row?
Yeah, that is just that hold reserve we set up years ago. I think Kevin Wepler probably set that up about just for the the worst of the worst 1996 type winter, that we have that 500,000 just in case everything goes very badly and we're really, really short. So we haven't really had that. We haven't really had that. So it's still kind of there. Yeah.
Good. So it'll just stay there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Bordignon.
Thank you, through you, the warden. In relation to the facilities and domes, I see Patrol D facility with $8.5 million. Based on my research back, a few years ago, 2018, I think it was around $3.5 million. So we're looking at a $5 million increase over that time period. Is there an expansion to that, or is that like, I know construction costs and that have gone up, but that's from $3.5 million to $8.5 million, probably $9 million when it's all said and done. Is there a thought process on that?
We're not real happy about it. It's a combination of a bunch of things, right? Building expenses, land, obviously, through the roof the last 3 years. Building supplies, the same. We also want to look at it in the big picture that this new facility is going to need a lot of things that we aren't currently maybe using, like chargers. We kind of are looking at a net zero, like a cutting edge, green facility. That's very important to us as well. And then you just don't want to, it's one of those things where, we have a long history of slightly undersized depots. And we wanted to make sure that when we get there and build a new depot and a new salt and sand storage facility and fuel tanks and everything, every little thing kind of has cost more. We didn't really want to shortchange ourselves and really regret something for the next 50 years that we didn't do. So it's a big number. I don't think it's like a artificially padded number that we're going to be living in the Taj Mahal or anything. It's just seems to be the way it's going. Every time we find someone who's built a depot, we get their price and we think, oh, geez, ours is going to be 3 times the size of that. And they're only doing a little area, and we're trying to get an accurate price as we can, but it's hard to do. We don't really have, there's many configurations. So certain land, we could do a drive-through potentially. Some land we would do like we have in Ayton where, you have 8 doors and no back door kind of thing. So it's hard to get too precise on the cost because a lot of it depends on the site, and we don't have a site yet. So we're doing the best we can to try to be, but it's expensive. Yeah.
Thank you. And then just a follow-up, Mr. Warden.
Please, before you do, Madam CAO, did you want to add anything there? I'm gathering now. You're muted.
I think that Pat has provided a very accurate picture of what the situation is that we're dealing with. And we have looked at, as Pat mentioned, many other recent projects that others have done, but it's never like for like. And so, we're holding this budget so that with a number that we believe to be reasonable for what the project will come in at, so that we're not, really going to surprise people. But we will have to see. We're seeing some incredible numbers just in the last 2 weeks. So it's a really difficult situation that we find ourselves in.
Councillor Bordignon?
Thank you, through the warden. And just back in our backyard in with Gray Road 19 and 21 intersection, can you just extrapolate a little bit of timing and thought process on where you think we're at with that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, there's this year there'll be some utility relocations. We're still working with Blue Mountains to get the agreement on the booster station. And then we've got some land acquisitions to do ourselves as well. And then there's some that the town are doing, but we're still trying to meet that goal of final construction of the roundabout after the booster station 23, roundabout 24. So that's the goal we're all shooting for. A lot of utility moves, really complicated site, obviously. Been a long project, but it's still moving along.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And so just following up on the Gray Road 19 and 21 intersection, I noticed we were talking about budget escalation for the Patrol D facility, but I noticed the numbers that are in the budget for that are still the same as was in the 2020 budget. So are we concerned at all that, there will be escalation there as well?
I think we're comfortable with the figure right now. It's just one of those things where we still have work to do once we move the project along.
And that's one point, a follow-up, Mr. Warden. At one point, we were discussing doing that as a joint project with the improvement on the rest of the Gray Road 19 toward the village, including, I think there was a consideration maybe of the intersection at 19 and Crosswinds, whether that should be a roundabout and I know we have temporary lights there now. Is that still being considered as part of this Gray Road 1921 intersection project?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, we've gone through the EA for the 4-laning of the of 19 from the future roundabout at at Skis Fleas to our existing roundabout. So yeah, that we're still hoping to do that in 24 as well. It's just, and of course, we're still looking at land at Crosswinds. The county needs to buy some land there. We've been getting appraisals on some of that property and stuff, but it's still one of those things where the roundabout and the 4-laning is a huge job to all be in 1 year. Probably too much. So it'll probably be over the course of 2 years, or starting late in 1 year and being a carryover to the next and coming back to pave the top lift of a year after or something. But generally we'd prefer to kind of hit that job all at once. But there's some issues. Blue Mountain might have to upgrade Montera in 23 before we, close 19 for a bit of an extended period. Like, I don't think we close it. It'd probably be reduced, but just because it's so difficult to close that road. But yeah, the timing is something that we've kind of been working with Blue Mountains on to try to get that moved along in the most efficient way possible. And Simcoe as well. Simcoe's on that project too. So, but yeah, it's complicated.
Okay, thank you. And one more, if I might. I noticed the pickups are still in there for 40,000 only. So if you find some, please let me know. I'm just concerned, with the pricing I'm seeing around, that might be a little bit, difficult to get that, but
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and a question for Pat. Pat, I'm wondering, or maybe this will come up in discussions about climate change initiatives, but I'm wondering if you're looking at any alternatives for salt, or is salt still the best product to continue using at this point in time, or just what your thoughts are?
Yeah, we're from our point of view, obviously salt is still our preferred kind of road clearing, ice clearing, I guess, tool. But MTO is, I see, doing a survey now on salt. I don't know if the government's going to be changing some regulations, or obviously we try, we realize that there's that there's some detrimental effects to it. So we don't, we want it spreading around like crazy. And all our new depots, they're all gone to indoor loading, and we're trying to do the best we can to obviously protect the environment and those types of things. So, but there's no quick end to salt for us in the immediate future, I don't think. That being said, I will say one thing. I mean, we use the treated salt as well, which, like, MTO still uses kind of the white rock salt. We find the treated salt seems to kind of stay on the road a little better, but obviously eventually everything kind of makes its way into some sort of ditch somewhere, a little bit more salt than was there previously, right? So, but right now, yeah, we're not really in the game to change that yet.
If I can, is that okay? Pat, maybe talk a little bit about the technology though that's in the trucks and the sensors and that, I mean, it's not just a free for all anymore as far as how you spread material.
Yeah, no, we have, everything is tracked, right? It's not like the old, someone having something open too much and just spreading it around, not knowing what they're doing, doesn't really happen anymore. Yeah, we try to limit it as much as we can, and we have a pretty good idea just based on things on the road where the ice issues are happening. Ice is the thing, right? Like, everyone can kind of live with driving on some snow, but it's that black ice that is really the biggest problem for us.
Okay, you're done, Councillor Keaveney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden.
Okay, Councillor Robinson, you're next.
Well, thanks, Mr. Warden. And Pat, I just have to let you know that the format for your budget presentation is really good. So I know there was a bit of a change for it, as you mentioned earlier. I think it's really great. Just looking for an update on the roundabout for Grey Road 4, Grey Road 3, recognizing there was funding from the other orders of government. Wondering the status, please.
Yes, there's a preliminary design completed. There is some property acquisitions. Actually, we're talking to some people next week about that. But generally, it's nearing final design phase. We've got a public notice to go out to show people what we're doing shortly, and it's still online to, I believe it's in 23, I think, in the 10-year capital. And the land acquisitions are pretty limited, really, which is fortunate. And there's not a lot of utilities out there, which is good. So it's still moving forward, and we're very. Unfortunately, we kind of, that roundabout will probably be done before the 1921 that started many years ago. So 4 and 3 is the big hindrance to 4 and 3 is just the fact that. In order to build that roundabout, it probably saves you about 2 months of construction closing Grey Road 3 north of 4. And there's not a great detour around, like you're almost turning from 25, or you're going all the way over to Hanover, or that's the big struggle. But would you rather spend 2 months and $750,000, or would it rather be closed for a month? Like, that's kind of the argument we've been having internally here. So, but otherwise, it's pretty effective design, I think.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up, Mr. Warren. Thanks, Pat. I definitely hear you on the availability of roads and most expedient detour route. So good luck, and I know you and your staff will figure that out. So is there funding that has been allocated for that project within this budget?
No, I don't believe so. No, I don't think so. I think it's all kind of going for. Actually, I'm not sure on that. I should look into that. I think we've still been sending a bill into the government for the consulting fees. I'm just not sure exactly where. I don't see it on my capital sheet here. I'm just not sure exactly where it is. But we've still been putting our forms in for maybe, I don't know if finance can, or Calvin can answer that for me or not, but I know they're still paying for our consulting fees on the job. They did in 21 as well. So we've kind of been sending our bills in. We haven't gotten to the big, the heavy lifting yet, obviously, but.
Thank you.
Well, we still have a little bit of time left, Councillor Robinson, so we'll let accounting maybe take a peek at their notes and see if we can get you a better answer. But in the meantime, maybe we're going back now to Mary Lou for an overview of reserves.
Thank you. We'll just let Calvin take a look. I can say, with regard to the capital projects, I'll just go through this and let Pat take a look, but Gray Road, the roundabout at 4 and 3 is not listed as a capital project.
Right, because it's just in design phase, right?
Yes. Sorry.
And I saw Calvin with his hand up, so maybe we can let him.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Warren Hicks. I was in as an attendee, not a panelist, so I couldn't speak. Yeah, it's not on the capital project sheet as it's not slated for major construction, but it is in the design phase. So it is part of the major road and bridge construction budget. So there is about $40,000 in funding in there for 2022.
Perfect, thank you for that. Okay, back to you, Marilyn.
Thank you. Let's get back now to, now I'm on page 288. So pages 288 to 291 are the reserve schedules. And we've presented these a little differently this year. Sue has done a lot of nice work laying this out. So we've broken it down into, oops, I don't know why that keeps coming up, sorry. Non-obligatory reserves. So we have stabilization, we have government funded reserves. So things that are required to be kept in reserve, like the safe restart, modernization, healthcare reserves, we've departmental specifics. And then we move into, we've broken out the capital reserves and lumped those all together. So it's easy to see how much money is sitting for future capital investments. And then lastly, we get into the obligatory reserves, which are your development charges and your Canada Community Building Fund, which is formerly known as gas tax. The actuals for 2021 will not be finalized until March, and that's when all the financial transactions for the year will have been completed. So therefore, the 2021 year-end column is a projection based upon best information that was available at the time the budget was prepared. And then we show the 2022 transfers to and from reserve to come to what we believe are the 2022 projected year-end balances. So at December 31st, 2021, we project non-obligatory reserves to total $66.2 million. And I know this is hard to see, and if I try to increase it in size any bigger, probably going to lose things. So non-obligatory, 66.2 here. It's going down to about 47 million is what we project at the end of 2022. And you can see that we're using almost $28 million in reserves in the 2022 budget. Significant initiatives with the use of reserves are $1,150,000 for healthcare initiatives. So that's the $1 million for Georgian College, $150,000 for Centre Grey Hospital. There's $970,000 coming from corporate stabilization reserves. And there's $23.5 million for capital projects. $14.3 million of this amount is from transportation services reserves. The obligatory reserves, so for development charges, at the end of 2022, we expect those to total approximately $23.6 million after using $2.4 million. And the Canada Community Building Fund, we're expecting that to total at the end of 2022, $7.7 million after using $2.1 million this year. And that is what I'm going to say on reserves. If you want to take any questions on the reserve schedule,
We can do that. Any questions on reserves? Back to you, Mary Lou, for wrap up and next steps.
Okay, I'm just going to flip back. My screen back on. So the wrap up is the budget as presented. Has a net levy increase of just over 3 million. As I've mentioned previously, just under 1.2 million in new growth, which requires a levy increase after growth of $1,831,800. And the increase over 2021 is 2.88%.
And the next steps.
So I can step in here, Mary Lou. Mr. Warden, at council's pleasure, we do have a resolution adopting the 2022 budget and providing for a bylaw B to be brought back forward to the February 10th council meeting.
Very good, Councillor Wsib.
Yes, before we move on, and if I missed that this morning, I'd like to apologize, but looking at the growth, it's 1.184. My treasurer tells me that the Blue Mountains alone is projecting 950,000. So that would indicate that very little is being done to capture growth in the other communities, because certainly we don't make up that portion of growth in the county. So I know there was, I think in the budget somewhere else, a revenue analyst, but the county council has already decided not to act on the resolution from the Blue Mountains that we audit the assessment basis and therefore that growth number. So if we're hiring a revenue analyst, are we going to be looking at making sure that we're actually capturing all our growth?
Mary?
Through you, Mr. Warden. So the 1,184,400 comes directly from MPAC with the returned roll. And it's based on what municipalities have provided to MPAC in order to be placed on the roll. That being said, we don't track the building permits. We have no mechanism to know when a municipality issues a permit, when the property would be ready to be placed on the roll. That is something that the lower tier, the member municipalities are responsible for. And I can use an example of, I might have had a building permit for my deck. It didn't increase in size. It did not increase the value of my home, but it counted as a permit issued with the city of Owen Sound. So they would have, closed the permit. They did their inspection. It didn't result in any increase in value to my home. There are properties that we've seen that are taking significant time to build. So I don't know how much work it would even be for a member municipality to say, oh, in 2019, the permit was issued. It's gone through a number of stops and starts for whatever reason. And, that's the reason. But that's where their treasury department would work with their building department to make sure that whatever is appropriate to go on the roll has been returned to MPAC.
Yes, and I understand all that. And those things should be very similar throughout the county. I mean, everybody will have situations where building permits don't add to the value. But, when we account for 38% of the building permits, and according to the last numbers, 53% of the growth, I mean, year after year, when there's that difference, you start to wonder.
When we have the next treasurers meeting, this is something that we can discuss as a treasurers group. Municipal tax equity does assessment audits, and they have done them in the past for Grey County. They're not going and doing a deep dive into business, but what they are doing is looking for whether a property is in the incorrect class. They wouldn't know if a permit has been closed.
No, and individual permits aren't really that significant on their own, but generally when you see that some municipalities are capturing a relatively high proportion every year and others are, you know, in a very low proportion, then that does indicate issues.
Madam CAO?
I know that this has come up in the past, and I guess I look to you, Councillor Soever. Do you have a specific suggestion that you would like staff at the county to act on?
Well, there are, you know, general parameters that you can look at, is like what percent of the growth is happening in each municipality and what percentage of the assessment value is being captured. And sometimes, you know, there are large differences, and, you know, in the growth. Admittedly, building permits aren't a perfect solution, but, you know, as we know, we've made a huge change here in the town of Blue Mountains, which is increasing we were capturing 60% of the value of our assessment permits on a regular basis before 2018. In the next 2 years, when we put a focus in it, 1 year we were at 215%. So, you know, it's gone up considerably, and I want to thank MPAC for capturing all of that. And I think it's provided new revenue to not only the Blue Mountains, but also the county as a whole. And so, you know, I think maybe if, you know, with the county's leadership, the treasurers, as Mary Lou said, could focus on that, because, you know, it's not a perfect analysis when you do it just from building permits and comparing growth, because as Mary Lou pointed out, there's all kinds of other factors. But I mean, a lot of those factors are very similar in each municipality, and there are several in particular that you know, seem to be lagging behind, while others are capturing you know, a far greater percentage on a regular basis.
Well, Mary Lou certainly has my support to talk to her treasurer colleagues and see if there's something that we can't do to support each other. I mean, I feel for you. Some of you have had changes in your finance department. Everybody's been through a devil of a time over the last 2 years, just trying to keep their head above water. And so perhaps as things settle down during 2022, there's an opportunity for us here to take a look at things and see if we can't support each other and get to the place where there is greater consistency or greater fairness in those numbers. So certainly we'll do what we can here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to follow up on what Councillor Sliver was referring to. I don't think any of us want to see, you know, us missing out on lost assessment. And, you know, if the number from Blue Mountains is accurate, that 900,000 of the growth is coming from there, well, something is amiss, because there's a lot of growth taking place in other parts of the county. So if, you know, the rest of the county is making up 200,000, then certainly there's a lot being missed. So I get the numbers really don't square based on 900,000 coming from Blue Mountain. So I think it's something that does need to be followed up on, and that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I think we're back to you now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Warden. So with the assistance of Tara and Mary Lou, a resolution for council's consideration that the 2022 proposed budget be adopted as presented by proposing a levy increase of 2.88%, and that a bylaw be brought forward to adopt the estimates of revenues and expenditures for the year 2022, requiring a total to be raised from taxation in 2022 of $65,359,000.
Okay, so I'm looking for a mover. Moved by Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Desai. Any discussion? The motion before us, Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. A quick question, more for my curiosity, and so if Mary Lou doesn't have the number offhand, I can follow up on email later. But I remember last year we took 1% out of reserves to reduce the levy, considering the extraordinary circumstances. I also heard Mary Lou mention that there was staffing changes, some of which were funded through the reserves. My question, Warden Hicks, through you to Mary Lou, is what was the net effect this year of drawing from the reserves for what were operational requirements? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Warden. Councillor Desai, are you referring specifically to anything that is staffing related that is coming from reserve this year?
No, sorry, I thought earlier today you'd mentioned that this past year we filled certain positions which we funded through the reserves, which my understanding is going forward they won't be funded through the reserves. So the net impact, which includes those staffing changes as well as the 1% that we took out of reserves last year to lower the levy. I'm assuming that would just be a direct 1% change, but with the staffing, the reason I'm asking the question is I think a lot of municipalities have been taken aback by the fact that the county came in higher than usual this year. But I think it's important to recognize that we do feel the impact of having taken that 1% from reserves last year, because those funds have to be made up. So it's not necessarily that the county has come higher than what they normally do. It's that decisions were made last year. I wanted an estimate of that number, if you have it. If not, I can follow up later. Thank you.
You're absolutely right. So it was over 600,000 last year for the affordable housing transfer to reserve. The presented budget was 3.11%, and after we removed 1%, it came in at 2.11. Subsequent to the 2021 budget being prepared and approved, there were 3 additional positions added in finance that were about $343,000. But we had some offsetting savings. We didn't get them implemented as soon as we thought. And then the manager of climate change was also approved subsequent to the budget. It was funded from reserve at just over 100,000.
Good, Councillor Desai?
So give or take, that's about 1.5%.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And this budget has been assisted by paying off the Golden Town mortgage that was over $440,000. Otherwise, as Anne Marie mentioned, the housing budget would have been up more than $500,000 if that hadn't been done.
Right. Thank you very much. And Warden Hicks, like I said, the point of highlighting this is that budgets these past 2 years especially, and obviously in regular years as well, budgets are perhaps the hardest time in a municipal year. Staff as well as council are under a magnifying glass, and sometimes you feel the sun is shining through that magnifying glass. So I just wanted to bring that forward to illustrate that, because I've heard the comment multiple times that politicians spend like drunken sailors. I'm not certain what drunken sailors spend like, but I'm guessing it's not fiscally responsible. And I just want to highlight that staff and council do take a lot of pains to ensure that a fiscally responsible budget is put forward. And I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate the work that staff has put into this. Having worked on one budget so far, I know how much work goes into it, and yeah, I just want to take a moment to thank staff for presenting the budget, a fiscally responsible budget, and all the hard work that goes into it. Thank you, Warden Hicks.
Very good. Any other discussion? Councillor O'Leary.
Just a bit of an echo from Councillor Desai, but thanks Kim and Mary Lou and all of staff for today. Presentations were fantastic, great discussions. It was a good day. Thanks very much and hope everyone has a good weekend.
Okay, sounds like we're ready to call the question. Is there anyone opposed to the motion before us? Seeing no hands, that is carried. Thank you very much. So I too want to extend, oh, Kim, go ahead.
No, okay, I don't mean to speak over you. I just wanted to recognize the fact that, you know, Mary Lou's been our treasurer for a little better than 6 months. And there are a number of new people in the finance department. This past 2 years has been a continuous cycle of funding announcements and changes. It's been really a tremendous time of significant change, and it's taken everybody's attention and best efforts to pull together the information that you had before you today. I really want to thank Council for your attention and for your thoughtful questions. It's an awful lot of information to try and get through in a day. We do our best to package it, but we're always interested in your feedback too. So if any of you after this meeting have thoughts about how we could make improvements to this process, absolutely please share those with us. And again, thank you all very much. We really appreciate your support.
Yes, and I'd like to say thank you as well. It is a lot of information, but it was extremely well put together, I thought. And just congratulations to all the staff. You did a great job presenting it. And I think we've had a very productive day here. So with that said, I'm wondering if there's any other business. Seeing none, I'm now looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Milne and seconded by Councillor Gamble. Anyone opposed? Good.
I thought Councillor Burley would be opposed.
No, never.
No, he's still thinking of how to argue to get Grey Road 1 back into the Georgian Bluffs budget. I know he
All
is.
right. Thank you very much, everyone. It was a great discussion. Good day and have a great weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care,
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yep. Have a good weekend.